Morning. Thanks for tuning in, watching this later. It might be a little too loud. Let's see.
I know you. I know all about you. You see things that other people don't see, and it makes you nervous. If your hands would stop shaking, you'd wipe the cold sweat off your brow. It's hard for you to think, but you don't need to very much, because the voices in your head usually tell you what to do. You consider yourself to be invisible, and it's true in a way, because everybody can see right through you. Other people can even read your thoughts, although they'll never let you know it for sure. But when you leave the room, everyone discusses you and has a good laugh. You used to have some friends, but they don't come around much anymore. Probably because it's hard for them to keep a straight face in your presence. When you go out, you need to be very careful. Things always seem to happen too fast. If someone accidentally brushes against you, you jerk away in a panic that you foolishly hope no one will notice. You go into a place of business and see a security camera. You try to beam pleasant, innocuous thoughts at it. You make a feeble attempt to be nonchalant until you are out of its range. You see a book or magazine. It usually has a picture of yourself on the cover, one taken by such a camera. These pictures are skillfully retouched to look like someone else in order to mock you. You never read books or magazines because they all contain secret messages hidden in multiple layers of meaning that make you do things you can't remember later. I know all about it. Your nights are rough. You stay in your apartment with the shades drawn and all the lights off, watching television. You keep the sound turned off and try to be very quiet, because you want everyone to think you're asleep. And all night long, a disembodied voice in the back of your head sings over and over. Somewhere place for us.
Oh, what's up, Shizzle? Morning. Yeah, we're gonna do a little cooking with the cocks this morning. Cooking with the cocks. Got a lot of stuff that I gotta do first, though, before I can get to our green goo breakfast shake. Gotta fill these hummingbird feeders.
The perfect gun is not visible. The perfect gun exists in the savage state. The perfect gun confers omnipotence. The perfect gun will follow the free tendencies of desire. The perfect gun is like a rosary around the neck. The perfect gun stretches as far as the eye can see. The perfect gun seeks all your reflected images. The perfect gun is sufficient unto the day. The perfect gun is nothing but a crossroads. The perfect gun keeps its promise
Soon.
for everyone. The perfect gun is a pill dropped in a glass of water. The perfect gun is the household crow. The perfect gun leaves in the shadow of perfumes. The perfect gun is an illusion on the surface of memory. The perfect gun is a finger resting on the controls of a broken machine. The perfect gun is too soft to be honest, and too honest to be true. The perfect gun turns as it pleases toward all horizons. The perfect gun is perfect sadism, at least as a method. The perfect gun is a flower beaten by the rough fever of the wind. The perfect gun can be rearranged in all possible combinations. The perfect gun is a beautiful chimera. The perfect gun is an idealist without taking part in any ideal. The perfect gun takes the shapes and colors of demoralization and confusion. The perfect gun crouches to intercept shadows. The perfect gun.
All right, so real quick, I'll show you what I got going here. I really like to show names, brand names. So I've got this juice bottle here, okay? I'm kind of covering up. Oh, wow, hey, we're mirrored. Oh, that's cool. So anyways, I got this juice bottle here, okay? Little fruit smoothie action. It's empty. Okay, so what I do is because it smells good, it's still got a little, you rinse it, still got a little berry smell in there. So I'm going to be mixing my hummingbird juice, my hummingbird sauce in that, and keeping it in that bottle. Because it might add, well, I think they actually like little taste. There might be a little added airy extra berry taste going on there. So we're also doing the purple goo breakfast for the hummingbirds this morning. So we got a dual cooking show for you this morning. We're doing a green goose shake, and we'll just give you kind of a heads up here. Don't like for our dog treat that we're going to be putting in there. We either got these like chicken strips, okay? Got these chicken strips, or maybe a greenie. What do you guys think for the green goose shake? A greenie dog treat in our green goose shake this morning. Okay, we'll be getting there. We've got to decide. We've got to see how it goes because, just to let you know. Yeah. Got to fill hummingbird feeders this morning. This one's got to get out of here. These guys right here, we got to fill. You know what? This mirror's pissing me off. Let me see. Settings, camera, the mirror effect. There it is. I don't like that mirror effect. It's deceiving. Just like that Jilly AI, they're supposed to declare that it's AI first. But anyways, so we're gonna get these hummingbird feeders up and going and out of the way so we can break out the blender to do a green goose shake. Anyways, it's kind of. What's this guy
not
saying?
In the habit of saluting the dead.
What's this guy saying?
The perfect gun will always find buyers. The perfect gun
Yeah.
is at most a thinking reed. The perfect gun has drawn the symbol of the infinite. The perfect gun is not incompatible with a certain nobility of thought. The perfect gun is watching over a blue glass. The perfect gun writes sad and ardent love letters. The perfect gun is a hierarchy like any other. The perfect gun is a door someone opens. The perfect gun implies that there are others behind.
You want both of those dog treats in there? I don't know, man. We'll figure that one out. Shizzle. So this is what we're giving the hummingbirds here, and it has no artificial color. Okay. But I'll tell you, with the structured water, no doubt, I'm going to structure it up a little bit, put it in this already flavored juice container. It's empty. Okay, here I'll even here we get some. Okay, right there you go. Right, it's already kind of flavored. They're kind of the flavorings left in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and mix it up. You don't have to with this kind of hummingbird nectar. You don't have to use hot water. You know what, Shizzle? I'll tell you this, man. I will tell you this. The birds are really digging the structured water, man. They are coming in. And it is a bird fest. The Cardinals are pretty cool when they come in. They just love that structured water in their bird bath. So anyways, let's get back to this. I got to get this rolling and make this hummingbird juice so we can get it going. Get going on our... Yeah. Hey, what's truth, man? How you doing? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, waking. Hummingbirds are probably all pissed off that their feeders are not around right now. So that's the first thing we got to do. I don't know what this guy's talking about. Guns, the perfect gun. I haven't listened to this before. What do we got?
The perfect gun is a dark intention. The perfect gun never waits for itself. The perfect gun is hard as the incredible hammering and no questions underneath. The perfect gun is a reference point. The perfect gun is neither my shadow, nor my double, nor my half, nor another myself. The perfect gun is blood at water level. The perfect gun is half
Gonna
of a
do the
destiny.
structure.
The perfect gun has
That's the
nothing
structure.
to do
That's the
before
handheld.
dying.
Okay.
The perfect gun Made and exquisite.
Made in the USA, right there. Okay. I don't know what that was all about.
Let the rhythm hit 'em. 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 Give me something to dance to. Right now. Right now. Right now. Right now.
So we're going to do is turn this down just a little bit. See how it comes through. Back end there. Let's turn it down a little bit. Alright. That might be alright. So in our instructions here for this hummingbird sauce, okay, it wants 4 ounces. This is a 4-ounce container or sesh, right? And it needs 16 ounces of water. You really can't see. It needs 16 ounces of water, all right? So what I've been learning is that if you water it down a little bit, okay, I think they're liking it. I think the birds are liking it. So here I've got this. This is a 52 ounce, okay, bottle in our juice bottle. So what I did is about halfway, a little bit about half, little less than halfway. So almost 25. I'm going to turn water in more natural state, similar to that found in pure flowing water sources in nature. Absolutely. What you need to do is look up Victor Schauberger. I can't play the one. I can't play the one video out there. It's like 2 hours. I get struck. But Victor Schauberger's structured water technology theory has been around since like the late 1800s. Isn't that amazing? And it's been kind of shut off. But the animals, the dogs, the cats, love that structured water. They just keep drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. If they turn their nose up at water, it means that there's probably something in there, maybe like chemicals or calcium or something, but they're still going to drink because they have to. So if they kind of turn the nose up at the water, you might want to, like, let's just say if you didn't already, go to bottled water for like your dogs and cats. Then they'll slurp it up. But if it's structured, they'll really just go to town on it. Okay, and that's good. Hydration is key, folks. Hydration is key. We also have today, because I usually use in my green goose shakes kale, but I'm out of kale. But I do have this new powdered superfood. And we're going to give that a shake there. You have this new green superfood that I need to try out. Oh man, here we go. I might mess something up. Well, it depends. See, okay, here's the thing, Shizzle. Is there's 2 types of structured water units that I work with. All right. There's what I don't have is an industrial size structured water unit or a home inline passive unit for the house. So how am I going to get myself structured water in the first place? On a budget. That's why I did the DIY videos. Got 25,000 views on those. 21 to 25,000 views. 21 to 25,000 views on those videos. I was quite impressed. I had no idea that was going to be. So here's the thing, okay, is to have an in-home structured water unit to use, like on my dispenser, my water dispenser, or if you have to use it through the faucet, okay, that's your handheld right there. Okay, you can look those up on eBay. Yeah, that needs to be cleaned. That's how bad Arizona water is. They can tell you right there. That shows you how bad the Arizona water is. Rust, calcium, dirt. Okay, and I actually put in a complaint to our water company because the numbers were at the max of the EPA limit. But that's your handheld. Okay, it vortexes through there and comes out there. That's your handheld unit. So I use it under a dispenser, water bottles. Okay, you want to pass like a water bottle through there a couple of times. Okay, that's the handheld. All right. Those used to be like $300 to $400. Now you could probably pick them up on eBay for $100 because there was a huge controversy with the patent. Now I guess it's all opened up. Anyways, you can't really make something like that. I mean, you could, but about let's see if I can even show you what's going down. See the spears? They're all aligned in a vortexing pattern to vortex the water. The spheres, there's a cluster of spheres to break apart the clusters of molecules. So here the water's, like I said, it's kind of trashed. So a couple of times through there, a few times, it's not going to get rid of anything. What it's going to do is break anything down, so your body can more process and then absorb. If you don't use structured water, there's not going to be hydrating because your body's going to be too busy breaking down. Now, for the garden is a passive unit, not an inline. An inline would be in your water main right after your meter or somewhere in your house to where you can get to it to clean it, to mount it somewhere in your water main. That's an inline. The passive is copper with couplers welded with a female attachment to go on your garden hose for your garden. And you can tell, like, if there are any bugs on your plants and you hit them with that structured water unit, the passive for your garden, they're going to fly off. They're going to fly off. They're going to be getting zapped. I think that's the main goal. Noted. Maybe my cats would. Yes, because here's the thing, dude. When because cats I think get kidney stones and dogs get really bad kidney stones, and that's from bad ownership. I'm just saying, I've seen it before where all the owner is giving the cat or the dog just straight out of the tap water, they're going to get kidney stones. Okay. Now, if you had to structure the tap water, it's still going to break down that calcium or whatever it is you got in your water. It's going to break it down. That way, your animal or yourself can actually start hydrating. Okay, no structurization process. There's no hydration. The research says that the research says that, and peer review, right? Here we go, peer review. But it's the research is saying that if you don't structure your water, the amount of energy it takes to break down the water, the amount of energy alone, you could power your house for a whole day and still not get hydrated. So once it's kind of broken down, all those materials, compounds, calcium, rust, whatever it is, once it all gets broken down, now your body can start hydrating. Now there still might have to be a little breakdown process, but you can just tell around your faucets, like I showed here. It just shows you, okay, that it's doing something, but the water's gnarly. Anyways, it's Arizona. You got to expect that. Okay. All right, we are good to go here on filling our hummingbird feeders. The hummingbird feeders, here, let's give that a little bit more. Oh. Man, what's going on? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Let's go outside and see if there's any willing customers coming along. Hey, Nunya. Oh, right on. See, that's why I think you're cool, Nunya. You can just tell. You can just tell who animal people are, right? All right. Should we? Well, I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm not going to be able to take you guys with me because, well, I just can't take you guys with me. All right. Oh, man, here we go. Oh, there she is. Okay. Oh, here we go with our green goose shake, everybody. Oh, man, and while we're doing this. Yeah. So when I do this little concoction, so if you tuned in late, again, I use a juice container, okay, to use my, we're going to do the green goose shake, dude. Well, it's a breakfast shake. So anyways, I use this juice container because it still has a little bit of the berry smell and flavor in it. And I think they like it because I'll see a hummingbird come flying by, cruising by, and you'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. You'll come right up to it and smell it first. Kind of get close, smell it, get back, and he's like, that's different. Wait a minute, I got to have a taste of that. Going for a taste. Oh, wait a minute, that's kind of interesting. What is that? Going for another taste, right? Oh, shit, I think that's, wait a minute. Going in and just slurping it up. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. I mean, I'm sure that's their nature to do that. Do the sniff test first. Make sure, just make sure it's not spoiled or rotten, or they always do the smell test. But yeah, after they go in for that first and second dip, they're sitting there slurping it up. Anyways, we're gonna let this music roll for a minute, and I'm gonna go set these outside. We'll bait them in. We might go out there here in a minute and see what they're doing. But anyways, all right, I'll be back in a minute.
left out from the city. But nothing happened because they all feel sorry for me. I got the whole town under my thumb, and all I gotta do is keep acting dumb. Oh, bad boy, what they say, wanna die. A little on the slow side, but wouldn't hurt a fly. And such a gentleman, oh yes I know. You can't talk your ear off, slow. I tip my hat and pretend I don't hear. Like a half wit, for me to hear, I can think of 1,000 ways to say hello, so I start throwing ball, go real slow. Man, listen hard, and I like to get. How can they be so completely unaware of the truth? The answer is always denied me, so I introduce them to the killer inside me.
Had a dud. One of my feeders, it had an ant in it. I didn't clean it out. Right.
Damn, I hate this job. To work in this dump, you gotta be a snob. Everybody gets on my nerves in this place. I think I make it happen from the rat race. An exciting career. Don't amount to much, but a pain in the rear. I bust my ass all day for $1, and then I go home and listen to the kids holler. Devoted spouse waiting in the den, wants to hit me upside the head with a rolling pin. Does that ring a bell? A daily routine we all know well. I'm making more, but enjoying it less. The good life's mainly causing me stress. Ready to change is difficult, but I gotta try to get out of this rut. Fear seems to be holding me back. Courage is the principal trait I lack. I gotta calm my nerves so I can think. I pour myself a nice sip drink and another. This is my usual mode. 1 for the money and 10 for the road. Now everything is clear. I gotta get the hell out of here. Yes, now my mission is plain. A Big Mac is calling my name. I gotta sample some of Ronald's cooking, so I raid my wife's purse when she's not looking. Pondering the wonderful thing called marriage. I accidentally backed the car into a baby carriage. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd love to stay and chat, but watch where you're going next time, you old fat. I hit the gas and zoom down the block. Leave her in the dust, yelling for the cops. Swerving around the corner, trying to steer. I get so excited, I almost spill my beer. My neighborhood dog is yapping in my bumper, so I tap on the brakes and I hear a big thump. I jump the curb and land up on a log. Then I finish my beer and turn the radio on. Some idiot's going on about rehab. I grab a brew, he ain't gonna pull tab. Here comes a little old lady with a shotgun. I put the pedal to the metal and she runs. Digging on my off-road driving power. I do a donut in a bed of flowers. Then I jerk the wheel a little too
All right, let's try
hard.
that. Hey, only a few of you there. Thanks for tuning in. Oh man, you know I'm about to go and have my morning bowl of Wheaties before I get going here in our green goo breakfast shake. You're gonna like it. This is gonna be a good one today. I think we will do both the chicken strip breakfast and the green goo greenie for our breakfast shake, but I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll get this going.
Staring in the window is a nosy little brat. I look him in the eyes and say, I meant to do that. Then I notice my watch says I'm overdue for my big appointment at the local drive-thru. I do a number on the accelerator and I'm cutting in line about 30 seconds later. What do you think this is? Some kind of joke? Give me 10 Big Macs and a small Oh boy, my wife is gonna really like this. I can't believe this is happening to me. I'm just going back to the factory. This was a blatant attempt on my life. Everyone will fall for that, except my wife. The way the plan begins to emerge. I suddenly have an overwhelming urge to spend the night in the great outdoors. My suburban lifestyle has become a bore. I'll build me a fire and finish my burgers. While my wife don't know, I'll murder her. I'll leave the scene of the unhappy event, resolved to make the most of my predicament. A few yards away, I feel better. I know, I'll write her a letter. Or better yet, a ransom demand. That your honey needs some of the money you can spend, or else we'll send his head home in a jar. Yes, sorry for the car. Yeah, now that ought to really do the trick. I'll be getting on the hook, and she'll be worried sick. But really, I'm gonna make it up to you, honey. I'll buy you a new car with your own damn money. I'll walk a while into the sunset. Oh man, peace with the woods, you bet. Nothing can diminish my total enjoyment, except when I pass my place of employment. Damn, I hate this job. To work in this dump, you gotta be a snob. Everybody gets on my nerves in this place. I think I'll take the afternoon off on a rat race. Like a criminal. Like a criminal. Like a criminal. Stealing down an alley on a cold, dark night. I see a halo in the rain round a street light. I stop and look and listen to the sound as the raindrops penetrate the silence all around. Alone, I gaze into the glistening street, the distant thunder echoing my heartbeat, urging me on to a secret goal, away from the light from this lamp on a pole. So I turn, slip away into the rain, drifting like a spirit through the shadows in the lane, clutching the tools of my trade in my hand, an old box of matches and a gasoline can. Darkness envelops the scene like a shroud, a veil of emptiness hangs from the clouds, filling up the cracks in this desolate place, cradled by the night in an icy embrace. Moving to the town like a ghost in the rain, a dim reflection in a dark window pane. Blackness beckons from every side, creeping all around like an incoming tide. A broken window in an empty house. I slip inside and begin to douse the whole place with the fuel that will feed the fire and push back the night, taking me higher on out of the darkness in a deafening roar. The match in my hand is the key to the door. A simple turn of the wrist will suffice to open a passage to paradise. I pause, I think about the past and the gloom. The smell of gasoline permeates the room. Everyone has a little secret he keeps. I light the fires while the city sleeps. The match makes a graceful arc to the floor, and time stands still as I turn for the door, which explodes in a fireball and throws me to the street. I hit the ground running with the flames in my feet, reaching for the night which recoils from the fire. The raindrops hiss like a devilish choir, dying in the flames with a terrible sound, calling all the names of the sleepers all around. But then in the arms of the night they lay, their dreams sprout wings and fly away out of the houses in a gathering flock, swarming overhead as I hurry down the block. I make my escape with the greatest of ease, and safe in the darkness, drop to my knees at a lightless window, my hand on the latch. I reach in my pocket and pull out a match.
Well, thanks for tuning in. Few of you there, that's cool. We're going to get going here in a minute. Uh-oh, getting messages.
You're so sweet. I appreciate you so much. You just make me feel like really good and happy, and we're about headed down to the fairgrounds. So I love you, and I will talk to you later. Bye.
Wow, that's sweet. Sweet little message from my girlfriend there. All right, let's get this going. Let's get this show on the road. All right. Morning. Few of you there listening in. Appreciate it. You know, if Nunya was here, I'd bounce a few things off of her. Probably not. But when she shows up, I'll bounce. I got a few things to bounce off of Nunya. See what she thinks. Got to do a little bit of arranging and cleanup here first. So I think that some people would agree that, you know, this could be considered content, right? Some people might think of this as content. And it's a little more than just sitting there complaining about cocks and playing a couple AI songs, right? And then you book burn it. Why would you book burn what you call content? Huh? Oh man, that'll be in the anti-slap motion if I get served. Huh? Oh, they're stealing my content. Why are you calling it content if you're gonna book burn it? I mean, come on, right? Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. See if we're see how loud this is, okay? See how loud that was. That's all right. Well, when we punch it like we're time warping, I'll give you a heads up before I push the button there, the launch button. All right. I'm going to start off with some liquids. I prefer the chocolate almond milk to get us going. We're going to put a good amount of that in there. Not too much, though. You don't want it too thinned out. Oh, a little bit more. There you go. This will probably make like 4 or 5 shakes. Smaller cups.
You see things that other people don't see, and it makes you nervous. If your hands would stop shaking, you wipe the cold sweat off your brow. It's hard for you to think, but you don't need to very much, because the voices in your head usually tell you what to do. Consider yourself to be invisible. It's true in a way, because everybody can see right through you. Other people can even read your thoughts, although they'll never let you know it for sure. But when you leave the room, everyone discusses you and has a good laugh. You used to have some friends, but they don't come around much anymore. Probably because it's hard for them to keep a straight face in your presence. When you go out, you need to be very careful. Things always seem to happen too fast. If someone accidentally brushes against you, you jerk away in a panic that you which they hope no one will notice. You go into a place of business and see a security camera. You try to beam pleasant, innocuous thoughts at it. You make a feeble attempt to be nonchalant until you are out of its range. If you see a book or magazine, it usually has a picture of yourself on the cover, one taken by such a killer. These pictures are skillfully retouched to look like someone else in order to mock you. You never read books or magazines because they all contain secret messages hidden in multiple layers of meaning that make you do things you can't remember later.
Gonna add some spinach next, but I'm gonna clean it up, pick through it a little bit. Spinach just goes bad so quick. That's why we call it the green goo.
Nights are rough. You stay in your apartment with the shades drawn and all the lights off, watching television. You keep the sound turned off and try to be very quiet. Because you want everyone to think you're asleep. And all night long, a disembodied voice in the back of your head sings over and over. Somewhere there was a palace for us.
In goes the spinach. Gonna be putting more of that in there. Right. Philemon, what are you doing?
They sure did, Cruz. You want to know something even funnier, Cruz? Today, actually, me and I showed Sabby and a couple other people. I figured it out. Remember I was telling you guys they have accounts that are talking sexual about my kids? And it's funny, we tracked it and they changed their name and updated it to Creeps of YouTube now. Isn't that crazy? It's these people that do that shit. They've done it to Good Guy. They've done it to his kids. They've done it to plenty of our children. Tommy's kids get doxxed all the time.
Wait till I get your dogs, Harper. I'm gonna.
Oh, go ahead, Harper Taylor.
Oh.
Find me, bitch.
Oh, I will.
Harper
Bitch, don't worry.
Taylor.
I'll make your life a living hell.
Oh, you stupid.
Yeah, Philemon, what are you doing there?
That you, Scotty?
What's Scotty doing there too?
What's up? What's going on? I just want to check in. I thought you had Brandon, so I talked to Nicola. Plus, you have an all-star panel here.
He's got an all-star panel there. Scotty's pulling up with Ed and JT on an all-star panel. Oh, man. It's something here, too, to go through. Let's see.
What?
I think right here.
Didn't know, and they did talk. They thought Butterfinger was the one. They talked her out of doing the video, but they didn't realize that Butterfinger wasn't the one that did the video. Matt didn't do the video, bro.
In this space, the rumors fly left or right. You ultimately need to bring receipts. But Tommy, dude, from your perspective, to just rapid fire learn all this information. Okay. Oh, my Google Drive was left open. Oh, Butterfinger was part of it. Oh, Butterfinger admits the step. Oh, the moon was undercover. Yeah, one thing after another. I can't even imagine like what that's like to deal with.
But dude, you said Matt, and I promise you, as far as I know, Matt wasn't involved. The message I saw was he was like, they asked him, and he said something about I don't know how to screenshot. I don't feel comfortable with it. Anyway, it would lead back to me. He didn't do it, man. Is it?
But Butterfinger is saying Matt signed off on the edits before I sent it back to Steph.
So I don't think he did sign off on the edits. Where did you see that? Because I didn't see that, man. Maybe
that
I didn't.
That was on your call with Butterfinger. Butterfinger says something to affect we ran this by Matt, and Matt said, censor it a little more. This is Butterfinger said this to you.
I missed that then. Okay, I missed it. I have screenshots from that though that I will send you.
I can play it. Should I play it?
No, I believe you, bro. That's what it was said. I believe you. I don't want to waste the time. I've seen the video. I just didn't remember that part. But I just know it was Steph, and then there's another lady that I never met in my life. Brim Rose, maybe I forget her name, or Pink Rose, something like that. She helped her do it. But I do have messages going back, and Butterfinger's been completely honest. Does it make it right? Fuck no. Like no. But dude, it's back and forth, and I have where they're like, oh my god, we got 17 views. Oh my god, we got 19 views. Like they were so happy about the views. But I also have a message where they said, let's wait for the big man. The big woman, I guess it would be at this point. Did I have it all?
Oh, is he talking about a big guy there? Well, wait a minute. This whole data breach thing with CPP Tommy, what I find interesting is that it's another really good LARP and distraction, like the Sherry got raped by Tommy LARP that Predward and his crew was behind. It's like one thing after another they come up with to try to say, well, it just seems like chaos tactics, really, to me. But another really good chaos distraction from Ketchin, trying to wear down Tommy, because they say they're going to destroy him. He should have never said anything publicly about his wife. And even, Brent brought anything up about his wife recently. That's just. But anyways, it does seem like another Sherry got raped by Tommy LARP. Doesn't it seem like that? Doesn't it seem like that? I think it kind of does. Looks like we got something going on. We got to go check out. What do we got?
It's just the knife keeps twisting.
Yeah, you kept alluding to that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's no. I have screenshots to where, dude, listen. I was told that I haven't that same message I told you about from Janie that night said I haven't talked to him on the phone once, and then come to find out that, and I have proof that they were in the server together, dude. And it came. I forget what Butterfinger said, but now I have the messages to go back to back this up, right? Like just the Discord messages. And it was like, I guess maybe James came in. No, it was Annoyed came in to apologize to Janie. I mean to Butterfinger, or vice versa. And then it went Janie. Then Annoyed and Janie were like, hey, buddy. And they had a good conversation. Whatever, that's fine. And then it came in voice server. Boom, 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 boom. And that was the night that it came out. But everybody left as soon as the video came out. Everybody ditched the server. So that's what it is, man. There's so many rumors.
You've seen entire screenshots of the whole server. Okay.
No. Let's get it right. I didn't see the screenshots of the entire server. So where I fucked myself is Steph would send me a message, so I would send it to Butterfinger. And then Butterfinger's like, fuck that bitch, and send me a message. But then they both blocked each other. So kind of shot myself in the foot because I only got like 20 screenshots when I could have got a lot more because they didn't trust each other. Like I literally, like, I was exposed, not on purpose, but like, hey, she said this. Here's the screenshot. Boom. Fuck that bitch. And then they would send something to back it up, and then they blocked each other. So I only got like I said, like I maybe have like 18 or 20 screenshots. But I
Butterfingers
will tell
bitching
you, everybody knows.
Butterfingers bitching to you about Steph, but meanwhile Butterfingers maintaining and she's being cool with Steph this whole time.
No.
You know what's interesting too is that besides like the distraction it creates, these every time they attempt the other side, the distractors, the infiltrates, the spies, the shills, the influencers, the predwords, the presbytians. Every time they try to do something gnarly, even like calling in that SWAT on Alex, it just exposes them even more and even more and even more. But the thing is, why do they keep coming? What is this about trying to stop pred catching? Okay, here's the bottom line on my opinion on Tommy. He's catching as much screaming and hollering and court cases and all the stuff that I've seen, right? And it's not all good. He's catching. You're not stopping him like you said you were going to do. Just like that rodent, right? Philemon's all teamed up with Warbot, but he doesn't care. He does not care about stopping sickos, human traffickers, and fentanyl dealers. He doesn't care, but he's with Warbot trying to help shut it down. Isn't that amazing? Right? I mean, he's just such a good example of what hypocrisy is and the pussification that I talk about. He needs a green goose shake. For breakfast, get a little green goose shake action going. Yeah. Happy Saturday morning, by the way.
This is after the video, dude. This is after the video. So they completely, like, Steph's like, fuck her. And then Steph threw out things to bring in 2 more of my older decoys, like long time ago decoys, right? Like,
okay, so just so we're clear, Steph is silent whisper, right?
Steph is 100% and admitted that she is, but it was only to help me. It wasn't to hurt me. But Butterfinger was very involved in, like, hey, go back to minute 137. You can see a name. Oh fuck! And I found another one at minute 47. So, or 47 seconds, whatever it was. Janie did not make this video, but they all knew about it. Janie was supposedly very against this video coming out, and so
they all knew about it.
It was over, and then maybe she thought, this is over. It's not going to come out. Whatever, dude. Bottom line is, somebody that I trusted more than probably 99.9999% of this community knew about it, and the excuse was, you didn't deserve it.
So here's another opinion that I have of that scenario. And it's going to sound mean, and I know sometimes my words hurt a little bit, but it's just my opinion. And it's just what I've noticed. But with the Janie situation, when you have someone that's invested because they're a victim or a survivor, they're going to be easy to manipulate by infiltrates, or possibly a professional victim and an infiltrate themselves. Isn't that a great excuse? I'm a super fan. They're a survivor, right? They're a super fan. They're a survivor, a victim. Now, as a victim survivor, in my opinion, you should be watching and fist pumping when there's a catch because of the infiltration. These people don't know how infiltrated this shit is. We've seen it for a long time. The way you get an online movement, all of a sudden you're infiltrated like a mother. Right up into your home infiltrated, right? And it happened to What's Truth. Also with Ashamed Canadian. Direct D with that freaking weasel looking. Well, he's more platypus looking. Mars Life. If you guys didn't know that, we've been following Mars Life since he wanted to. Since he got assigned to me temporarily a long time ago. Find that very interesting. But the thing is about victims and survivors up in the mix of your operation to try to take down Preds because there's too much invested. Okay, you might not want to let victims and survivors participate too much. Here's the thing. If you can make them prove to you after your vetting process and decoy and so forth, okay, as a decoy or something like that, if they can prove to you that they are thrivalous out of victim and survivor mode, then they can be effective, because when you're a victim or survivor, it means that you're still healing. When you've either healed from that, which, I mean, most people are going to say that's a lifetime thing. No, there's thrivalment mode that you can go to, that if you're going to embark in an endeavor, that isn't going to, you're not going to let your emotions get in the way of the goals and be more easily manipulated when you're in survivor or victim mode. If people have to stay in victim or survivor mode their whole lives and not know that there's a thrivalment mode, that's what the oppressors want, because the oppressors and the home invaders, like Ratney, they need you constantly victimized to stay in victim mode. Now, once you can see through their psychological operations and realize what we're truly up against as far as the uphill battle, well, once you realize what you're up against and the true nature of what's actually going on, and breaking down an ages-old cult massive cult of traffickers and sickos and weirdos that will infiltrate your movement, any type of movement you want to try to put together, call it a movement. When you call it a movement, that's vigilantism in the eyes of our almighty reformed FBI. You want to call yourself part of a movement or even a community, you can get labeled an extremist. Hey, right on. We're still working on our green goo breakfast shake here. Okay, and I'm glad you joined in. Let me ask you this. Okay. Oh, and I forgot one of them. I was going to ask you. Oh yeah. Since you're back. Yep. Since you're back, Nanya, you might have missed. It's on the Quantum LARP Bot channel. It was before. Well, I did one show calling out Ed. It's a live stream on the Quantum LARP Bot channel. I was calling out Ed, and then his charges, his paperwork drops, and then I do another stream, actually doing a cooking with the cocks, making elk chili Colorado. Might have been elk, it might have been beef. I usually do elk chili Colorado with elk. And I spent like 10 hours dragging Predward while I was making elk chili Colorado, because it takes about 10 hours to make. if you do it right. So, anyways, yeah. The way I make it anyway, the 10 hours. All right, so yeah, getting back to making our green goose shake here. I'm going to add in some strawberries and blueberries at this time and give it a little whip up. But what I'm going to do is I don't really want to make a lot of noise and blow out people's eardrums early in the morning with the starting of the. Going to add some fresh blueberries in there. Well, fresh frozen blueberries. I'd much rather prefer fresh blueberries, but for making these shakes, the frozen blueberries work really well because you need, instead of using ice, you use some frozen berries and so forth, fruit. Might even drop an apple in there that's starting to wrinkle a little bit. Here's a couple of frozen strawberries in there. Doesn't that just look, with the green and the purple, right? I could be your morning Bob Ross. Morning show Bob Ross. Here, let's give that a whirl and break it down a little bit. All right. Here, we're just going to flash so it's not too loud. All right. We're going to pulse. Yeah, I don't want to be blowing people's eardrums out there. All right, so we're going to add in a little bit more strawberry here. Okay. And that's why, the reason why we call this the Green Goo Breakfast Shake is some of the ingredients, some of the very important ingredients. Don't worry about noise. Well, I will be muting during our turbo phase. All right. So, all right. So what we're gonna do is add in some of the ingredients that I like. Let's start with kind of a handful of raisins here. All right. So also, Nunya, I was dragging the shit out of Predward. You should actually listen to that. I'll see if I can find it and share it to my community page. But you got to go back to that 2023, right around the time that Predward's paperwork dropped. I drug him for that cooking stream for like 10 hours. I was like, get your ass up. It's time to cook. Eat something healthy there, Predward. Get out of your closet. Right? Just dragging him all day. Got some raisins in there. Not too many, though. I'm running low. And running low on some Reese's Pieces right here. Some peanut butter. I wish I had some chocolate chips, but I don't. I'm going to save some of those. A little bit of chocolate. Now, even, like this. Okay. I even have a coffee from camping. So this is what I take camping with me, is a chai blend. Okay. And I mix the coffee because I make dirty chai. So I'll mix the coffee with the chai. And I'm even going to drop maybe like a teaspoon of that in there. So I'll just mix it together in that bag, take it with me camping. That way you don't have to. Dirty chais, Laura. Laura, if you knew who my girlfriend was, you'd be like, what? Let's just say you guys are kind of in the both in the same field of work. Anyways, a couple little, like almost like a heaping tablespoon there of some coffee chai mix we're going to throw in there. It's going to be real yummy. Almost like a cold fusion brew. Okay. Oh man, that's actually going to be a lot, I think, too. Shit, that is a lot. Here we go. All right. Yeah, dirty chies. Oh, watch out. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drop some of this. If you know what that is, I really don't want to say the name, right? I don't like to drop. I'm not promoting. I'm not here to promote. Not an influencer. All right. Dropping. Now, the reason why, if you tuned in late, okay, we're going to get this in there towards the end. If you tuned in late, the reason why we call this the green goo breakfast shake is because we're going to be adding in a greenie for some dental, all right, some dental action, and also some chicken flavor dog treat, okay, for a little protein. All right, we're going to be putting some of that in there towards the end. All right, just to let you know, just like the black goo pizza, we'll throw a couple of dog treats on there for some more protein. If you didn't tune in for that. That also, I don't know where that's at. I wonder if that's gone. Yeah, I bet you that Black Goo Pizza episode is gone. I think that was on the Gomez channel, actually. Oh, man, that kind of sucks. Sorry, it's kind of loud. We've also got a handful of some orange. Okay, we're going to put that in there. Okay. All right. And I think we need music. No, let's listen to Tommy some more while we're doing this. Because I like his, I want to hear his perspective on this. Very interesting on this data breach. And if you just tuned in, I think I gave some pretty good points. Probably about 15 minutes ago. Maybe rewind a little bit later.
Because you put me to voicemail. So the day it happened, I got a message saying, hey, it's very important from Jamie. The day it happened, the 8th, the day it happened, or maybe it was the 9th, I don't know. And so I was getting my my flooring, and I said, I'll call you back. And I got a call from somebody else, and she goes, that's what it was about. All good. No need to call me back. Had nothing to do with what she just learned. So again, bottom line is somebody that I trusted this much, and I wish Sabby wouldn't have ran like a fucking chicken because she's lying, dude. She's just telling you things, and she contradicted herself. Like, I didn't see the video, I was camping, but then she did see the video and saw the decoys' names, and then she said that Steph gave it to Tom, and there's this, that, and that. It's not true. That link, I told you, that link they sent, now we have shut that server down. It doesn't exist. You know, we backed it up way before. It no longer exists. But we what do you call it? That link, you click that link, it was Tim Harper, which is I don't know if you watch her caches, but it's the dog fucker. And then the other link that she was using as proof was just an interest form, because even though Steph wasn't part of CPP at the time, or even if she was, everybody has to put in an interest form. It's just what it is, catch form. So if you got a catch, who is he? Did he get sexual? What's the date of the meet? Blah, 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 down the list, right?
You know, I got to jump in there real quick since Nunya's still here. There was something else that I wanted to run by her while she was here. And Laura, you might have seen too last night. Here's the logic, okay, Laura and Nunya. Here's the logic of what we're actually working with, okay? Let me lay it out as thick and quick as possible so we can get back to our program. NTF, the way NTF wanted to come at me last night, and I think it was Hoax Force. It might have been Hoax Force. Did you guys see the stiffy, the Gomez gasm that NTF was trying to get last night? I mean, she was actually trying to say, and she tried to spread around after she claimed she apologized. Well, yeah, you can apologize, but it doesn't change the fact of what you did. Okay? the fact is, she wanted to simp to JT Colfax, and as he was trying to say that I was an RSO and I'm not, I mean, come on, okay, no, all right? But he's trying to peddle that I'm an RSO on a registry, and at the same time, NTF is in his chat backing it up that, oh my God, Gomez is the C word, right? He's a chomo, right? No, okay, no. Then I call her out on it, and she apologizes, right? But then now she's trying to put in the chats, that I'm a deep stater, that I'm part of the deep state. Now, here's the logic of what we're working with, okay? All right, now, if that were the case, number one, why would you want to fuck with somebody that you know directly is involved with the deep state? Okay, do you have some type of do you want to be gang stalked for the rest of your life? Oh, you're gonna love it, Urban. We got a green goo with a greenie this morning, right there. That's going in. Okay, that's going in. Green goo breakfast shake. But here's the thing with NTF, right? Here's the logic, right? Why would you want to try to attack somebody and say they're a deep stater, right? Now, if I were a deep stater or something like that, okay, I would have the wood chipper truck pulled up right in front of her brothel for like a week. Why would you want to mess with somebody that, I mean, right, you're a deep stater, right? I mean, why would you, I mean, if anybody's the deep stater here, it's the guy that goes on the dark web, Dorkbot, right? I mean, why not call him, oh, wait a minute, you're kind of with him and them. I get it, but seriously, call me a deep stater, but if that were the case, I would literally put the wood chipper truck right out front of her brothel for like a week or two. Just have it parked there as a little message, right? But am I really capable of doing that? Well, I mean, that's the allure of the internet. I mean, if you want to paint me as a bad guy, I've been here as your bad guy for a long time. I mean, I'm gonna put dog treats in our green goose shake here. Just to be the bad guy again. You guys need your bad guy. Anyways.
That's all that was. But now she thinks she's smart by sending that now that we shut the server down. I've seen it. Everybody's seen it. You know, they've seen it. I'm sure even the people protecting Jamie's seen it. That was not dude.
From my perspective, I see all of a sudden out of nowhere this silent whisper come out with this beat. They say Tommy CPP is leaving all this data unsecured, and I'm like, wow, that doesn't look good for CPP.
Not at all.
Let me see how they respond to that. And then the next live I see that you're doing, it's all about Janie Girl and Butterfinger. And I don't know any of these people or any of these characters.
Right. Well, it's sad. It's just I do think that people's hearts were hurt, and it's maybe, I mean, I guess if you don't like me, I don't think not one decoy deserves that. Not one that ever even signed up. You know, we get their information, they try for a week, and they're like, F this. You know what I mean? It's not fair, dude. Yes, am I responsible? Yeah, I was, but I also am responsible for 2 months ago. I also have this. Hey, we need to remove these people from the server. They're no longer active. And I'm like, I don't want to hurt their feelings. They would never, ever do anything to hurt us. So it is on me, 100%. It's on me. But bottom line, bro, when I hear people speculating, it's so crazy. And then like
Yeah.
or CTRL or whatever his name is, it's like, I think all
It
of
is
you about
wild.
this, did it. Like, it's so crazy how, not saying you, but all of us, we listen to Savvy.
Oh man! Oh right! Oh, here's the thing. When I hear the bullshit and rhetoric that comes out about me, even like with that big huge explosion of a propane plant that's trying to be tied on me a bit, you know, because I was in the Coast Guard, right? Anyways, hearing it coming out, just like even with Community Blow Hardio, Vic and his gay LARP, right? Tamara Wolf's, weird, LARPing projections, Julie's trying to say some crazy shit. It entertains me. I don't know what you guys are trying to do, but it kind of entertains me. But hearing it still just kind of mind blowing. Like, wow, where is some of this coming from, right? Wow, it would really take a sick fuck to come up with that gay LARP, right? Like Vic, that takes a real sick fucking mind to come up with something like that. But I couldn't even imagine, like, Tommy just being, trying to catch Preds, and all of a sudden the Sherry getting raped by Tommy LARP pops up, right? Oh my gosh. Stuff that probably comes out about Nunya, yeah. For a fresh breakfast. Oh no, I just saw that. Here we go. We're getting some minty freshness going on. Holy crap.
Annoyed? Like these fucking weirdos? Like, I know what happened. I just don't know who was all involved, man. And I've even told people, I don't even want to hear that anybody else is involved because it's like, I already know. It's out there. It's fucked up. But the knife just twists every time it's a new person. Because, dude, I believe people at their word. I trust them. I've seen pictures of the family. They've seen pictures of I would never, and I'm not going to sit up here and bash that lady. I'm not going to do it, man. I'm not going to do it, and I promise I never would. So I just wanted to go and talk to Savvy because she's lying, dude. Clearly lying. She didn't see the video, but she did. But she was camping. But it's her friend. But she speaks for Jamie, but she won't speak for Matt. Like, what? And then whatever else, I forget what she said. Shay, you didn't even have access, or you had access. Maybe it was you or something like that. Like, dude, our decoys did not have access to this. Not one decoy had access to this, but me. So it is what it is. It's a shitty situation, bro, and I'm never going to look clean on this because it's dirty. It's fucking dirty, and I am responsible for it.
And, it takes actually a stand-up man to be able to admit something like that because it does fall on him. The responsibility of that falls on him. But you know what? People like Dorkbot and like Community Blow Hardio and Vic, you know what's interesting? Is they can't really talk about people's true intent. Marshmallows? Oh, you know what? If I had some marshmallows, ooh, buddy, I would throw that in there. But why can't these, I just call them shilliots, right? I know it sounds stupid, but I mean, it's a really good explanation of what we're up against. Influencing shills. Why can't they talk about Tommy's intent? Do you think he really wanted that data breach to happen? Like, I mean, no, seriously, that's a serious question. Right? I mean, let's just say, everybody, I don't like using the word, let's play devil's advocate. It's stupid. All right? But during your investigation, you got to look at a few ways of things. And I'm not saying that my opinion here is true. I just got these superfoods. Here. Some superfoods. Okay. All right. I don't have any kale. I usually use kale. I'm going to start with a couple heaping tablespoons there. Okay. Let's go a tree. Well, 2.5. Okay. But what I find interesting with like Duckbot and his whole crew and Fellowmon, they really leave out, there's a lot of holes in what they claim is true, and there's a lot of holes there. And especially someone's true intent. Do you think so let's look at it the other way on this investigation, okay? Let's say that Tommy is some type of like doesn't seem like he's compromised, but let's say that he's some type of agent or subcontractor to do what he's doing, And that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. But if an agency wants to shut down a movement, they would have somebody like Enrique, that's part of the Proud Boys, is their leader. Can't remember his name, but the leader of the Proud Boys be an agent and then help throw the entire crew up under the bus. Now, I'm not saying that's Tommy. I hope it's not. But let's say he does have qualified immunity, and obviously, right? He's got some type of immunity to do what he's doing, which is our taxpayer dollars well spent, in my opinion. But if those taxpayer dollars are used to out decoys in a movement, because you can't have movements now, Tommy would be an example of, I'm not saying he is, I would say it would be someone in likeness of Tommy that's high profile, that's getting put on the news and make it look bad. Now, I don't want Tommy to be that guy, but my point is, okay, and I don't think he is, but my point is, if he were, somebody like him were to, they would be there to make it look bad. And again, just like sex offenders call, or they call the pred catching vigilantism, because that's what the state wants it called. Well, I think just catch and be successful at it, but drama follows him. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just giving an example of the way an infiltrate at the high spear point of the movement would be, let's say, is an infiltrate like Enrique, the leader of the Proud Boys. I mean, he was busted out as being an asset. But that would to be, I mean, a data breach like this, it would be on purpose to, I mean, just throw the nuke in the middle of the crowd to make them separate again. Now, we saw this also with the pred catchers. For like Laura, people that haven't been around when I talk about this, the pred catchers, okay, or I'm sorry, the cop watchers. All right, there was two top cop watchers that started dating. High Desert Community Watch and Ida Foxy Queen out of California, and between them, they had about 500,000 people watching. Well, when they break up, which looked like it may have been scripted even from the get-go, because of the connection thereof to Sicko News Now Houston, another pred word in the middle of a movement, all of a sudden causing mass division. So when Ida Foxy Queen and High Desert Community Watch break up, guess what? It divides that whole community, breaks it down. That way it's easier to apply the label of vigilantism because it makes it look bad. What do you think about that theory? Again, I'm not saying that about Tommy. Now, if he is a government asset and he's on the right side of things, I think that's incredibly well spent tax dollars. If he's somebody like him were to be there in something positive, and then all of a sudden, you know, these LARPs are coming up, that would definitely be a red flag. Now, I don't want that to be Tommy. I don't think it is. The thing is, he's catching until he stopped, which you got to become the oversight. He's the oversight, not a vigilante. Now, if he was hurting Preds, that's vigilantism and rolling them. Yes, totally. Which I still think they deserve. They deserve to be rolled, robbed, throat punched, kicked in the head a couple of times, and I mean a lot more stuff than that. I mean, anyways. So again, I'm going to say this because people are going to twist it around. Okay. If someone like Tommy were to be a government asset, as long as they're catching and not involved with the LARPs of division, and it's a positive thing, and there's numbers, the numbers are great. These statistics on even, I mean, because of Colorado and them not processing a lot of cases, the thing is, the statistics, it's working. It's working really well, just like the cop watchers. It all worked really well. So if they're on the upper end of things and positive, that is a great, it's not a waste of taxpayer dollars. If it goes to the other side where there's an infiltrate and they're causing division, and you know what, that's not good. Okay, that could also be a conspiracy with the conspiracy to deprive of rights under the color of law. That's it. I just need people to kind of hear me out and not jump to conclusions like Madria. Holy shit, Madria with Dorkbot now. They're all filtering through there like Felomon, right? All my super fans, whoever's blasting me the most, or they think they got the most on Mr. Cox, you know, my super fan club goes and hangs out with them, and oh, they're yes people, right? They're both, oh, yes, and 100%, and no, you're not. Okay. Without paneling up and actually getting my side, it's all projection and bullshit. Anyways, let's get back to this green goo breakfast shake.
But what I'm saying is I'm going to keep catching. I'm going to do what I do, bro. I had my floors to get done. I mean, I got to catch Monday. We'll probably have 3 or 4 next week.
Yeah.
Bottom line is it's not okay, man. And I've had more than probably 15 or 20 calls of people saying, Tommy, I'm afraid to call the police. I don't want you to get in trouble. I said, you fucking call the police. You fucking call the police. Here's the case number. Like, dude, if I did something wrong, then I need to be held accountable for it. Call the fucking police.
When people are saying that, but I'm afraid I don't want to get you in trouble. What does that mean? That they
I have no idea. They know I didn't maliciously do this, right? They know I didn't do it on purpose.
These people want to incriminate Freds, but they're worried they're going to incriminate you in the process.
Well, because they know that I wasn't being malicious, you know?
Because of all this negative shit going around about you.
No, they know I wasn't being malicious, man. I didn't intend on this. You think I'd want this? So they know that. But they still got to protect themselves. And what I'm more worried about, and I don't even want to say it because if I say it, you know, people might do it. But no, dude, I don't want them. They know I didn't do anything wrong on purpose, right? Am I responsible for this? Fuck yeah, I am. It's my server, dude. But it doesn't matter if we had the top of the line server. If we had somebody from the very top, you can't get no higher. Give that link. I mean, it's like if you right now.
I do have to say this. It takes a man for something that's not even really your fault, but it is. You got to take responsibility of it. It's a good LARP. It's some good Michael Aquino chaos type shit, right? He still took responsibility of it. I'm saying LARPing from the other side, trying to cause the chaos, right? And that's the right thing to do. He just did the right thing. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna punch this a little bit. We're just gonna. So, okay, a second. Here, let's keep playing this.
Your channel? Can anybody?
No, honestly, I have a lot of respect for that, dude.
But can anybody get in your channel? In your channel right now?
You mean in this live chat? In this YouTube
can anybody just take over your channel and shut it down today?
All right.
Does anybody have your password?
Oof. Okay, here we go. We're gonna just flash real quick and try to pull this back a little so it's not as loud. Oh, yeah. All right. So what we're gonna do? It's gonna get loud. All right. I think there's a smoothie. I thought there was a smoothie. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, I forgot the. Here, I forgot that. I'll put that in there right now. Okay, you ready? Oh, there it went. Oh, you hear it? Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes it Okay. Gotta make sure it's not too thick. All right. Let it settle for a second. Yeah, I usually use kale, but we didn't have that. Yeah, I already did. Laura, you might have tuned in later, but I put chocolate almond milk in there first, and then I'll add a little bit of water. Yeah, you gotta go back. I mean, this is a whole process. Let's see here. Let's see how. Oh, yeah, that's pretty thick. I think I want to just punch it a couple more little pulses there. Let's do that. Yeah, that greenie's real thick. It kind of clumped up at the bottom. The greenie. No. Needs to settle just for a minute. And then after this, if you want to stick around for a minute, I was thinking about setting up a tripod out at the hummingbird feeders. I'm going to pour up a little bit here. All right, the green goo, the breath freshiest breakfast, green goo morning breakfast shake. Cheers in there. There it is. Oh, yeah. Yum. Mm. Mm. Here's the review. Hits the palate nice. You barely taste the protein. The greenie mixed in really well with a little bit of little bit of fresh breath action. Yeah. The chicken strip, I definitely needed some protein added. Little crunchy. We got the coffee and chai. Oh my gosh. Just love the frozen blueberries. Oh yeah. It's gonna keep me going all day. The dog treat green goo breakfast shake. So, haha, LARP. All right. Of course I didn't put that in there. All right. Of course I didn't put that in there. I dropped a couple strawberries in there. All right. Now, just like with the black goo pizza, since the video is down, all right, I cut up was putting, just like kind of had the camera like this, kind of on the pizza. We did the black goo, cooking with the cock, black goo pizza. I cut up, showed the dog treats. All right, it's a LARP. Haha. Okay. Show the dog treats, go and cut them up, bring them back, show they're cut up, right, and then go to put them on the pizza, but I put carrots on the pizza instead. And it looked pretty convincing. Some people, you were all for the dog treats. No way, man. You think I'm really going to ruin a shake like that? Of course I'm going to LARP it out. Anyways. No, I think people really did fall for it. People are like, you put dog treats on his pizza. Well, yeah, that's why I call it a black goo pizza. And I was putting like mac and not old, but some leftovers mac and barbecue pork dish or something like that. You're all for the dog treats, man. Anyway, yeah, here in a minute, I think what I'll do is I need to get it set up, and oh man, that shake's good. The frosted mini wheats and all that cereal, the crunch, the cinnamon crunch, and then the banana, and I forgot that apple. But I kind of like it the way it is. All right, so what I'm going to do. Oh my gosh, that's good. Black goo breakfast shake with the dog treats added in. Just kidding. I did on the black goo pizza the sleight of hand, where the people really thought I was putting dog treats on the pizza, and it was just some carrot chunks I cut up to make it look like it was a mini bun dog treat. The mini sausages. Yeah, people fell for it. That's what I do. I get stupid like that. But I thought, didn't want to do so much of a cliffhanger this time. All right, so we're gonna listen to Tommy here for another few minutes, and I'm gonna go set up a tripod out by the hummingbird feeders, and I'm gonna put this phone out there for a little while. Maybe I can even find some music in the background, and you guys are more than welcome to hang out in the chat and enjoy this open broadcast with interactive communications for our Saturday morning social media news and drama show. Doing it even before Rolling Stones and Predward was around. A Rolling Stone magazine picking up on the social media drama news. Been doing it since 2016. Okay, been telling subversives that they made the news since 2016, everyone. So thanks for joining in. If you're a dirty subversive being paid through the Fusion Center to monitor me, go ahead and quit your job and turn in your dirty boss, because you're wasting our taxpayer dollars. Anyways, let's go to Tommy here for a few minutes in his oversight agenda here, not vigilantism. And what we're going to do is let him play for a few minutes while I go back and set up a tripod for outside. And hey, right on, Laura. Thanks for joining in and catching the this episode of Cooking with the Cocks with our greenie dog treat breakfast green goo shake. Isn't that amazing? Thanks for joining me.
As far as I know, no, of course not.
So your channel's safe, right? But if you had your best friend in the world and you gave him or her that password, they could go in there and fuck you, right? They could. So that's what I'm guilty of, man. I'm guilty of fucking trusting people. And I'm gonna learn, and I hope. I mean, we've lost probably 30 or 40 decoys that were thinking about starting. I've looked at some dudes. I get it. It's caused more turmoil than CPP's ever had. I get it. Can't do nothing about it, man. I'm here because I'm getting screenshots that my good friends are in here taking heat, and I'm like, this is my heat. It's my heat. But I'll tell you right now that nobody, even if we ever gave a link, which we didn't, but even if we did, it would have been for a chat. Like, hey, I want the chat logs for the police for this. Can you send me the link? Whatever, because that could happen. It didn't happen. The only time we ever sent a link to Steph was two, and it was Tim Harper, and for her to put her shit in the folder, and the other one was for the interest form. And they're going to use that, bro. And people talk about that link, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened. It's just it's simply false. It's not what happened. And for everybody who knew about it, and if more comes out, I'm done with them, dude. If my wife knew about this, Mitch, my wife, and didn't tell me, I would be getting a divorce. That's how bad this is.
Right. I get what you mean when you put it in those terms.
It's just that
I don't think anyone out there actually thinks that this happened because of malicious intent on your part.
Right. Well, the malicious intent was knowing about it and not saying anything, right? That's when I have my biggest haters, and a couple of them call me and say, dude, this is fucked up. Go fix this. Not even my best friends, and I'm not, dude, somebody said that I said Damone said it. I didn't say Damone said it. I was reacting what she said. I blamed two people on accident. I'm not going to say her name again, but it was a decoy. Well, it wasn't a decoy. It was one of her friends, because she said it was my girl that did it. So when she said her girl, I didn't know Steph was her girl. I had no fucking clue Steph was her girl. How would I have known?
To the people hating on you, I'm asking, at what point in the path did Tommy go wrong? Was it where was it about who he put in place to administer these servers, to administer the security of this server? You put it in someone else's hands. You're the CEO of this whole organization.
It's my fault, bro.
You delegated to other people who failed you, and you're still taking responsibility.
Because it's bottom line, it's my fault, bro. If I wasn't here, this would have never happened. If anybody ever gets any kind of heat, it's my dude. I gotta sleep with that. And so I did everything I could do, bro. They have everything they need. Again, dude, I would never go down there and be like, please go arrest Janie. No, fuck no. Or go arrest, but well, yeah. I mean, she deserved, her and Steph deserve some shit. Bottom line, bro, is anybody who knew about it was morally fucking wrong. And to tell me the night of, I just had gotten home, hanging out with my sister. We did a little barbecue and swim. And she's like, I don't know what this contains, or I don't know that. Forget exactly, dude. Like, but she was like, I know nothing about it, but he said it's more than your guys' bullshit, your drama. Bottom line. And so, dude, that's what happened. And that person told me, I started guessing names, and he's like, I will never tell you. I can't. And then I think he ate at him.
Tommy,
and then he said,
can I ask you something that might seem not relevant, but what is your experience running an organization prior to CPP?
Dude, I've never ran through. I've been like a store manager of eight employees at a appliance store. I ran my own business as window cleaning, and then I did a glass shop for almost 20 years, man. That I had like maybe 35 to 100 employees max. Like never, dude. I was just out on the beat just as a sales manager. That's it. Never done any of this shit. No excuse though, bro. It's no excuse. You shouldn't do shit you don't know about. And I'm learning the hard way every time. 501c3, fucking learning the hard way, right? Learning the hard way. But I'm not going to sit up here and bullshit and make up lies. This is what happened, man. It's the fucking truth. And it will all come out. Everything always comes out. Everything always comes out. It might take a year. It might take, Predward, perfect example. Who was up here sticking up for Predward a year and 4 months ago? Same fucking weirdo. You know, I'm just saying.
I haven't been there since the beginning.
Uh-huh.
Correct me where I'm wrong, but I feel like your journey was like you saw maybe Chris Hansen or one of these pred catchers on YouTube, and you said,
PP math, but yeah.
Yeah, you said to yourself, I could do good in the world. I could expose some preds. I have some experience in sales or the gift of gab. Let me give it the old college try. I mean, exposing preds, like what could there be a more honorable calling? So I'm going to go out and just fucking ragtag it together. Whatever I can do, even if I have to have my kids be the cameraman or my wife or, whatever I have to do, I'm going to fucking go out and try to bootstrap it. And then, you're trying to run this operation as best you can, and these people come around you and they seem like they are down with your cause and they're showing support, and you're like, you know what? Okay, fine. I'll let you, you want to be a decoy? Okay, you've always supported me. I'll let you be a decoy. Oh, you want to run my Google Drive server? You seem trustworthy. Let me do that. You know what I mean? You've thrown this team together as best you know how.
I mean, and maybe right or wrong, that's just the facts.
Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Oh gosh, girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. I've sent you roses many a time, wanting you to come on over. Girl, I've heard a lot of things about you. People are so untrue. I want to be with you. Hey. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. We'll sip champagne by the fireside, you and me, girl. Together we will sail in the moonlight, just whispering a song as we sail all along. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Yes, I've been yearning a mighty long time, wanting to get next to you. Yeah, you might have been a roamer, yes, you'll roam no more. In my arms, you're gonna stay. Yeah. Wildfire, 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 wildfire. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. My, 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 my. You build me up every time I look in your eyes. You show me the way, and you show me lover's paradise. Whenever I'm afraid, you show me to go ahead. Even when I'm having doubt in you, girl, you show me what I should do. Oh, girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Girl, your love is like wildfire, spreading all over the world. Yes, I've sent you roses a many a time since I heard you were coming my way. Yeah. Thoughts of you, thoughts of you, thoughts of you, lingers on in my arms. Yes, you're gonna stay. Oh, oh, I'm there. Oh, 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 I. From a land where dragons stood, a young boy dared what no man could. Born of fire and ice and wood, he came here full of life. Well, he loved and laughed and floated past the echoes of a velvet mind that whispered fairy tales untold, that kissed his mind, caressed his soul. Well, times they changed and things rearranged, and a young man stood alone. But he decided to keep those echoes going and ascended the mighty throne. He was a child of a novelty, and he took them by surprise. He made them feel that he was real. He worked magic, magic before their eyes. As time went on, they said he done what no man had done before. But he claimed that he was a child of a novelty and nothing more. Well, he tried to cry out how he felt, and they answered, "It's a lie." But by this time, this novel child had squeezed his soul bone dry. He was a child of a novelty, and he took them by surprise. He made them feel that he was real. He worked magic, magic, magic. Oh, he worked magic, magic, magic. Oh, sweet magic, magic, magic. Before their eyes.
So most of you might know that tune in. Again, happy Saturday morning. NHTN Cooking with the Cox edition. So a lot of music that I play on streams like this, even though it might not sound good for you guys, doing a few things there, checking for music I might want to put into streams or videos or a documentary, seeing how the copyright hits, and a few other things. That just popped up the other day. What I'm gonna do is copy the link here. Oh, is there not a way? Uh, is there not a way to flip and drop a link anymore? Here, let's see. Uh-oh. I might need to. There it is. I'm gonna post that join link, especially for Madria. I know she's probably not watching. It's plausible deniability. I didn't hear that stream, I guess. Oh, I'm not expecting people to be glued and tuned in. But the thing is, it'd be nice if I didn't have to repeat myself 100 times. You know. But it's like Scotty, he comes at you with the same stuff, just. And I've already proven my points over and over and over again, but he just doesn't get it. I almost hit the end button again. It's the way this layout is. There it is. There's the join link. I'm just chilling. So, why is that not working very well? This, we didn't have any takers. We had one flyby on the hummingbird feeder because I think it was because the music was too loud and to be able to make it come through. But the whole tripod setup. Ooh, see, I'm glad I tested that. I almost dropped the phone. Yo. Here, we'll put it over here. I got almost full battery. I've got a little bit to chill. I'm enjoying my breakfast shake. So if anyone has any serious questions instead of projections, I'm here. There's a join link. Mass One or one of the Momty Graph spies, if they want to go drag him out of bed from him being up all night, the ghost of, I'm open to conversation, especially about that Rakita case. Going back to the first question I asked him, going back when he had to rage quit off a James D stream, I'm here. Let's go over that question I had for you on James D stream. Now that you can talk about it. But, there's a reason why shadow banning exists and all this other fun stuff, Oh, now we got a taker. Yeah, see, they weren't going to that feeder because the tripod was kind of close and the music was going. I bet you see there's a certain frequency music that I bet you if I put it back up there with the frequency music. What frequency would we use to attract them in? Let's see. I bet you they'd land then. But anyways. Yeah, I think people just want to talk their trash. And then when it comes to paneling up, they don't really want to do that. And I think we're going to get some noise here. I got to pause for a second, mute. All right. So yeah, with the birds, I bet you. Well, I mean, as soon as I put that out, they were hitting it. So they're probably already mainly fed, making their rounds. But yeah, Monty rage quit over that. He sure did. Telling me to talk to his lawyer. What's interesting is I didn't have to contact his lawyer. He contacted his lawyer about me and got my financials, he said. Well, he said he was going to get my financials. And then all of a sudden, Glazin Dean's playing games. Serious games. Oh man, I gotta go grab something. Yeah, these off the cuff streams to make it more into like content. Let's put it that way. Since people want to talk about their content being stolen, I mean, it's just crying and lying on a stream called content. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's up to a judge if people really want to, if it really comes down to it, you got to wait till you get served, I guess. But because somebody threatens to serve you, do you just shut up? Well, that's the goal, I think, by serving you in the first place. So until I see either a case number that I can look up or until you get served, I would say in your capacity of being the news, you keep going. Social Media Drama News, Saturday morning, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Got to do some cleanup here from our green goo shake, breakfast shake with the greenie in it. A Vic Snitch. Yeah. Well, lawyers don't care about that. They'll say, I can win this case for you. It's going to cost $5,000 to get going. And then they call up their deep state buddies and get, $5,000 forwarded, and you better get some results with that. And then when all the results are really is to get someone's information. They just paid $5,000 to get somebody's information like mine. Because the potential of another case with the same thing with the lawyer is going to be like, heck yeah, give me another $5,000. What's the assets there? We're going to have to look up the assets. Is this guy worth suing? Rakita was worth suing. He's a lawyer, right? He's got some money. Then you look up the nearly homeless veteran that doesn't have any assets, right? No real true assets. And they're like, oh shit, we really can't sue that guy. I mean, you're not going to get anything out of him. We're just going to spend money. Mom T, probably said to him, probably, right? In my hypothetical opinion, right? He says, well, let's just track we need to track and get discovery on that bank account. Because lawyers can look up your financials somehow, some way. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. To make sure it's worth going after, and maybe, you got any assets or any money to go after, and then maybe track your transactions for a little while. Is that outside of the scope of having a bar card? I don't know. I think that'd be up to a judge. But a lawyer isn't going to go, dude, you're looking like a desperate victim here, almost like an ambulance chaser. Lawyer isn't going to say that. All he's doing is seeing dollar signs, like a DUI case, dollar signs, dollar signs. Hey, I can win this for you or keep you out of jail, and then you're still doing jail time. Okay, you're not signing a global plea agreement or a plea deal. It's the terminology for you might not do any time. But okay, see, that doesn't matter to a scumbag lawyer. He's going to tell you he can win this case for you. But that might mean he's going to give you a decent outcome on a plea deal, but he's not going to be smart enough to get you a global plea deal, which sums up any priors or whatever into that plea deal. And anyways, might not do any time. And then all of a sudden you're doing time. But I find it interesting that just telling, because he's already got his lawyer on retainer for Rakita. Come on, dude. All you got to do is one of your little spies, message him. Do I have to start up the studio and do another RNS on him, another remote surgery? That does sound fun. Was that guy who, Rakita? Dude, Rakita is a high profile podcaster, lawyer that he definitely said the wrong thing to Monty. I'll agree with Monty. I do agree with Monty on a few different things. But I can agree with anyone on some of their views and disagree with others. Oh my God, that should be the way you facilitate good recourse and discourse and debate. And anyways. But yeah, to call his lawyer one day and go, we got another scumbag I think we can take him for. He might have a house. Well, let's look up his financials. That's before we go anywhere else, okay, here, give me $1,000 and I'll look up his financials for you. Even give you a little printout. You want give me some dates you need to look at, right? Maybe figure out right then and there, look at, the last 3-4 days and figure out maybe, well, where does this guy go shopping? Oh, okay. Send in a plant to sit there and wait for him every 3-4 days. He goes to this corner store to go buy a coffee and some gas. You roll up. They've been waiting all day. Maybe a day or two, even camping out in a vehicle in that parking lot, just waiting for you to pull up. And plant a little witch on you. Give you the sob story. There's always a dilemma. Oh, sir, can you please? type thing. It's more than possible, especially with the timing being so interestingly, and the placement from Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, see, here's the thing, Shizzle. APM was screaming that she was stalked by the police. Now, that's a good way to be a victim if you got Terry stopped and felt up a little bit, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a good way to scream victim, being stalked, tried to be kidnapped by the police or something. Now, you've got elements in the APM story where she could have been an illegal. She was worried about getting deported. Far-fetched could be. Maybe being a set-up mom here to help traffic children, or who knows, okay? That was some rhetoric. But when I catch wind of what she's saying, and that she's being stalked by the police, as a civilian oversight investigator, I am going to want to look into that, but you have to determine first whether or not you're working with a professional victim or a LARPer. I think that should be. Can be spy sent at her. She claims she caught one and got the truth out of him. And I saw that. I think you can run up to just about anyone on the street that might be, down the corner from you a little ways, just anyone walking, and run up to them with the camera and go, "You're stalking me." And they're like, "What? What are you talking about, lady?" "See, that's what a stalker would say." Type thing, sky's falling, like what Kim Arnott would. Type Kim Arnott, keeping you busy. So you're not, you're too busy swinging at the handlers of the LARP. The facilitators, the script writers, the money men. The money men that aren't paying their squid like APM, but dangling the carrot with a promise. You do this for us and help sink our target. We will, just like I believe Malibu compiled a list and tried to present it to Shizzle, right? Dang. Tacos getting me on a private hangout and asking me if I would be her play fight partner. Not good. Not good. I think the best response, that it was the same thing pitched to Urban Disciples. Urban was like, "I didn't know you guys had a business." "Will you work with us?" He's like, "I didn't know you had a business." That's some of the best shit right there. But back to APM. So once you determine and throw out an integrity test, and then gauge reaction will tell you what type of a level victim of survivor you're actually working with. You almost do have to throw out an integrity test, because what we were listening to with Tommy, you've got a serious super fan that's stuck, and I don't like to sound mean like that, but some people are going to be stuck in perma survivor victim mode. And because, gnarly shit happened to them. And to get people to, let's say, comprehend past the understanding into comprehension and become a thrivalist. Okay. Now, if people like FCC knew about that type of psychology instead of being a little sellout, shitbag, pussbag, puke bag, all of the above, right? And use his reverse psychology skills that he somehow obtained. Oh, wait a minute. Some of those sellouts actually get their degree in psychology, but all of a sudden working for some type of social media company, huh? They're FCC with your psychology background. Then you're applying it into these groups as you're protecting Predward and his crew. Why is it so important to have a psychologist as a right-hand man and then your left-hand man is K. Rand there to Brian Herschel or on the drop of a dime? Then you've got Insta tech support with Spamgula G there, right? Never hear her making a video like I did. Oh man, I did it. I did it. Right? She's not gonna come out, oh geez, yeah, protected Predward. No, she came out in a video, said she'll protect him till the day she dies. That's all right though. That's all right. You're not going to hear me on a phone call with somebody the day they're getting raided. Oh, geez. Yeah. Well, but the thing is, you are going to have hurt people that don't realize that there's the next stage. And it could be kind of like structured water, the fourth phase of water. No joke. The third phase is the shampoo. The fourth phase is the conditioner. Getting yourself more like water, since there's a good percentage of our body made up of water, will help you comprehend your way through their understanding and enslavement thereof. Can I put it any more simple? I've been talking like this for a long time. But hey, not too many people are supposed to hear me. That's why you've got influencers that say for people to tune out, which I find hilarious. Good attempt, but what are you really trying to accomplish there? Every time you guys make a move, it's like every day you're taking an L, but you're trying to gain ground in a screech turf war that's non existent until people start calling the cops and want to involve lawyers and judges. I have put out the disclaimer many times. I'm not looking for, since the day I started, I've been trying to preserve my right to publish and, help make people laugh at all of our mistakes, and especially in humanity, right? And bring up the gnarly stuff because I'm kind of desensitized to stuff, and that's the thing is, thriving existence, dude. Well, and knowing that, getting to the thrivalment is knowing what you're up against and how deep it goes and how long. I mean, really, the way I look at it, we're going through a battle that's been fought for thousands of years, but not to this level or extent because of the advanced technology and weaponry involved. See what I'm saying there? See what I'm saying? And especially with trespassers in the spiritual, like Duckbot saying he knows where you lay your head at night. Remember that juju I put on you? Well, sometimes things are allowed to happen to be able to bust things out like their desperate attempts to win and using witchcraft and thinking there's some warlocks. But you know what? They don't do the research on, well, this guy that you're being set up against when you leave comments on my channel, Warbot, in the first place. You come to my channel first and you just start spamming up my comment section with spam, like spam time, with bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's like, whoa, this guy's raging, right? When you want to throw down first and you have to attack and attack and attack and attack, right? Keep stabbing with the mob. Have Madria come out thinking, that she's gonna get you with that final dagger, and she needs the blood. Right? Hey, really, Madria? Come on, panel up, and let's talk about it. Your opportunity has really come and passed, but Dorkbot, you guys are already so attempted out. Because you were successful in a couple of things doesn't mean that you weren't supposed to be successful to really know how far you're willing to go. The FA to FO. Tool of the establishment. Well, they're using it as a tool to keep the oppression going. Do they realize they're part of that? How do you send them a message like when NTF is trying to say in chat rooms that Mr. Cox, this deep stater, right? And I'm like, you dumb bee. If I was, I would have the wood chipper truck parked outside in front of your brothel for like 2 weeks. Yeah, sure, okay, there you go then. It's just, could you imagine, right? The actual, you know what? Maybe we should buy a tree limbing business for a crane that, 30-foot lift on it, get up there real tall, right? Get up maybe 60 foot, the, 60-ton wood chipper on the back that can haul a dump truck full of wood chips, right? And maybe we will, make it a pred catcher. You put somebody's logo or insignia on it that's a pred catcher every week, and you go park it in somebody's neighborhood as a way to advertise. I mean, I can come up with some pretty good ideas since that's the shit games people want to play. Like, for instance, saying that they took out the good guy and they're going to go protest in front of his house, this big sign on a truck. Well, I guess since people are saying that I'm a part of this nefarious organization that isn't even part of the fourth branch of government, that's kind of the we the people, by the way. They're like the fifth or sixth branch of government. I mean, I could probably make something like that happen, I guess, since I'm such a nefarious guy. I mean, we already got it on film once, a nice size wood chipper in the Looking for Luck video, right? Rodney didn't even notice it. He's that oblivious. Okay, just putting an integrity test out there like you do with APM. You just got to go right back through the Looking for the Lock video where there's a big wood chipper and no one noticed it. I'm just trying to see how, maybe aware some people are and they're good investigators or we're investigators. Irvin, I got a little bit of time, dude. You got any questions, man? And dude, Servant, I will treat you with the utmost respect. Okay, we don't need to yell at each other. You want to panel up? Okay, here's the thing. Okay, with APM, again, I had to give her the integrity test, and because here's the thing. Like Scotty, it was kind of the same thing as Scotty. No shit, you're gonna like this, Urban and Shizzle. APM, when I'm doing my music shows, she would throw in my chat room, I'm on PCH listening to this great DJ right now. This is great. Best mixes I've ever heard. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think I'm that good. Wait a minute. Then all of a sudden, yaks, same kind of thing. Oh, you're the funniest guy on the platform, Cox. I'm like, red flag. No, I'm not. Right? Wait a minute. But going back to APM's integrity test, I'm like, okay, she could be really sucking up to me, or she hasn't been, there's way better, mixers and shit like that. Then, well, I mean, I'll admit, once I put together a set and I want to throw it down, I can throw it down. Let's have some fun with it, and then be able to add in like maybe live some video where it actually looks good. Those days are past though. That's the thing. But here's the thing: is giving her an integrity test from there to make sure she was legit, because there was something with a husband there that she was either trying to get away from that was abusing her. Okay, well, and I don't think there's any question of that statement right there. Definitely a different breed. Now, was she maybe trafficked here to help traffic other people into the country because of her outlook, her fairly racist outlook? She was pretty good. Then when we had her on the podcast, the way she wouldn't enter in, she tried to keep us from entering in and battling a fallen one, Urban. And I think you've heard that. Now, if she was a distraction and she didn't even know, she still had to go. Okay. You have to change venues all of a sudden and keep going and track a fallen one. And that's why we invited her on, was because I thought she would be ready to help us battle a fallen one and at least witness and be backup. She was a distraction. And then we had to change venues and keep going. Which was interesting. The whole outcome of that was the day that fallen one was apprehended and taken care of, was the same day. This is no bullshit. It was the exact same day George Bush Sr. supposedly passed away of natural causes, when I think he was actually at the same time that fallen one was taken out, because it was connected to him. He's interrogated and executed. Now, because of his admissions, George Bush Sr. being there of something possibly like admitting to soul scalping or soul harvesting through Silicon Valley to further enslave the world through technology. Interestingly enough, the same day that Fallen One technology that was a month before tried to be apprehended, it was a month later, Fallen One technology was apprehended and blown off the planet in pieces. Kind of, I can say that. But there was a little more there to just, anyways. So the very same day Fallen One technology is taken down is the same day, and it was even earlier on. By the evening, we got news that George Bush Sr. had passed away. It was like, I want to say November 30th, 2018 or something like that. Check with the AI, somebody. when was the natural death date of George Bush Sr.? Because that morning, Fallen One Technology was apprehended and taken care of. And then George Bush Sr. passes away later on that evening. Now, connection, I believe there was a huge connection with that. The entity gets taken out that's connected to the human, and then the human is either able to be held accountable finally, or maybe come back to God and Jesus. I think it's supposed to be, okay, because there's an abundance of love, you want to see the human come back to Jesus or God. If that's unattainable or impossible in a sense, then they get held accountable or pass away somehow real quick, like what happened to George Bush Sr. You look up the date George Bush Sr. passed away, that's the same day Fallen One Technology was taken off the planet. It's not that wasn't the only one. Anyways, wasn't anything I had to do with. It was just a witness to it. Didn't know it was even going on. Same with APM. She was right there. We had no idea what we were engaging. We just knew we were supposed to engage in Silicon Valley and start from there. And, oh, look, there's a throne holder. Oh, wow, it's Fallen One Technology. There he is. Uh-huh. Wow, right? Okay, here we go. But that whole battle, I believe that whole battle, or when we had to change venues with APM, and we thought APM was ready just to be backup, to witness, to become the warrior she talked about, right? Like Urban, right? Urban's a warrior. I'll give him that. Shizzle's a warrior. I'll give him that. But have you ever swung your sword in the spiritual and taken out an entity or a fallen one? Well, it could be either internal possession or external possession influence. Okay? Anyway. Oh, how much fun we could have right now. Here we go. I gotta mute for a second. So you guys are cooking in the kitchen with Mr. Cox this morning. It's been a while since I've done a Saturday morning check-in with you all. I almost did an episode like a week or so ago. I finally made a big batch of hummus that was like maybe 3 pounds, maybe even 4. I made such a huge batch of hummus the other day. Holy crap. Sometimes I just got to buckle in and just get stuff done. I can't mess around. Like this morning, I can mess around a little bit. Did a green shake with you. That was pretty cool. Holy crap. I need to, my woman here, I try to usually cover up name brand stuff like that. But, you know what? I don't know. Anyways, my woman sent me some vitamin B12 drops. They work. Oh my gosh. I was going to show you what they are, and I usually try to cover up the name brand. I'm not here to be an influencer or promote, but I will show some things that I just use. Oh my gosh, right? And then people are be like, you're peddling product placement. Oh, you're only saying that because I brought it up, just like the word of mandamus that Duckbot's like, did he say mandamus? What's a mandamus? And the Brady violation where Scotty's all like, what's a Brady bill? Is he saying Brady Bill? I haven't heard of this Brady Bill before. Then all of a sudden he looks it up and he's the professional on it all, right? You have to prove the Brady violation, Cox. I already have a few times, Scotty. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You over. Okay, because he says I haven't. It's they dictate who's destroyed. I guess, right? Is that what I gather? You guys have been trying to dictate who's destroyed and exposed for a very long time. And the more you guys have to go around and say that, the actual worse it makes you look. Like Madria with her freaking filter videos. You know, it's pretty pathetic. My opinion. I mean, it might entertain the sheep there and get you an army built, right? Gotta build an army. Make sure you sub up to Cox's channel. He's doing great. Uh-huh. Anyways, so APM has to drop out and retreat. Well, I can't say that. It was more like we dropped out and we had to move venues because of the distraction she was creating as not being ready when she portrayed she was ready. And unfortunately, that was the unfortunate circumstance of events because all of a sudden she's feeling like they're a cult. Really? A cult that's trying to take down fallen ones and help liberate people from their entities through a formalized, let's more, what would you say there, fringe Christianity type of deliverance where even, hey, you know what? The structured water, given a little blessing, right, as it's going into your garden. The 528 hertz frequency, the way it's delivered accurately, you can deliver it accurately. It's got to be accurately delivered. Will help reprogram DNA. Now, if you're going looking for deliverance, you might want to go the full scale with it and program your DNA back to full human because I thought that was the goal, is to get the alien DNA out of you. And by the deliverance process and not the religious born again, but there is a born again process, and that's just what I try to relay. If I'm going to use up the airwaves, we're going to just try to teach people because it was taught to me. And anyways. I really want to play Bandits. Stream the other night, looking into, go there if you got a wrench. He's been in the chat. He's doing tarot reading and he's intuitive and it's pretty interesting. And you know what? They've used they've used intuitive readers in the past to help, solve crimes, and he seems like he's on it, and that's pretty cool. So I don't swing swords, no. Well, okay, see, here's the thing, right? I know you're trying to go gross with it, Urban. You don't have to go gross with everything. I hope you're not. So if you want to believe in the Bible, or if any parts of it are true, it's even being, and I've been quoting it for a long time, and even now Rodney's trying to use it, that the Ephesians chapter 6, but he doesn't even realize there's a 10 through 18. So they know on the other side, on the loser-farian side, that there is a spirit war, and they think they're entered in. Okay? But the thing is, here's what I want to teach people, is that if you're issued a sword, a shield, the crown, the boots, if you're issued all these things apparently through the Bible, Ephesians chapter 6, 10 through 18, then, I mean, are you just going to stand there in the spiritual looking cool in a popularity contest and a wrench war? And then thinking your tongue is the sword, using that on each other, thinking you're breaking each other. No, you're just doing the work of the Luciferians. They love it. Talk about being fruitful. But the thing is, I'll help them. You know, I don't like calling it stirring the pot, but I'm trying to interject into the argument that there might be a little more going on, and questioning it in the right way and looking at it in a few different ways besides what's being sold to you and you being told what to buy. Like you're watching a paid program, right? Influencers and shit like that, right? No, okay. Here's the thing, okay? I'm not trying to sell anything. What I'm trying to say is there's different things going on that people have no idea. Like when APM thought she was going to, you know, and I asked her, are you sure you're good with this? Because, I mean, we're going to spirit war, and there is a target. And if you're in, you're in. If you're not, you got to let me know. She says, no, I'm in. And while we were in the process of that, she became a distraction because of her own vain, how can I say this right? It was in vain, her narcissism, but not grabbing the full scope. But her generation, APM's generation, believed that the whole life, our whole life, is a simulation in 3 or 4D, holographic, which could be sleep paralysis, walking sleep paralysis. Okay. And thinking that you can drop chemtrail planes out of the sky with your thoughts, when, I mean, if that were possible, APM wouldn't be the first one to attempt that and actually be successful, which she was not successful at being able to drop a chemtrail plane out of the sky with her mind. Now, she it hasn't happened yet, unless it didn't make the news. Anyways, so when you apply an integrity test, obviously it's going to, you know, backfire in your face when you're the target or reached out, and they're looking for targets for people to reach out to them, so they have some type of plausible deniability later when you try to be slam dunked in court and shut up and threaten to be sued, shit like that, right? Because you said too much about the Luciferian side's game plan, and maybe talking about taking down fallen ones, right? Well, and I totally agree with that, but I'm looking at it from that other aspect of doing an investigation where you do have somebody as a victim, where they're portraying they're a victim, where don't you want to believe victims first? Not go, you know what, you're just a lying BTICH, and shut up until you can prove it. So there's that perpetrator aspect of using that type of bait, where I was intuitively like reading, like I was like, she may have been portraying that she was trying to be kidnapped because she was supposed to go into Hollywood or modeling, but didn't, because it was so horrible. And that's me remembering back some conversations. It's a long time ago. Amazing that I can, it's like just kind of just flashing back at me right now. It's pretty cool. Anyways. I'm like that no one likes these types of conversations, or we're totally being throttled with one person watching right now. I love it. Right? Am I saying too many keywords Saturday morning, right? Going through the Fusion Center there. Come on, man. If you guys got to try to censor me just for my opinions and jokes, turn in your dirty boss. Quit. Okay? Just go serve up coffee. You'll make a little bit more, with your degree. Because obviously, I don't think this big turnover of the FBI is looking too good, in my opinion, like it was supposed to look in the first place. But anyway, that's just me, man. You're not supposed to talk about them because it could be dangerous. Oh, that's interesting. Dangerous? No, it really is. It's been written about, blogged about, made videos about. It is dangerous to talk against your establishment of control and monitoring in your censorship industry controlled social media platforms. But yeah, that's where all of a sudden the danger is some limp-wristed bitch from Cabbage Town saying or LARPing that he's got to go file restraining orders or whatever it is, some type of a case. But I would be immediately reading out case number so, and then told you so, and shut the fuck up. And then I would have to muzzle up from there. It's your right to go, hey, douchebag, limp-wristed bitch in Cabbage Town. I just went and filed against you. Here's the file number. Here's the case number. Shut the fuck up about me if it's so that detrimental. I mean, there was no secret at the case between Montygraft and Rakita. You could look that shit up. So, again, I don't shut up until I'm served, or they can cut the internet line or shut down a channel. I mean, there's no way until I go, hey, I'm retired, right? It's been going on every day since 2016, since I popped back up. Ooh, you guys, 2012, I'm telling you, I did my copyright audit in 2012. Okay, the YT platform failed miserably, horribly. Okay, very illegal, egregious acts against true artists. Okay, what's being facilitated. Many things in that 2012 audit lay out my original track with video, and the reaction thereof because of copyright issues with it being original music and video. Okay, they failed miserably. All right, especially in the customer service department, the way they needed to reach out. Okay. So I go back underground, and what I did is I created a little bit of a storm on the way out. Created another couple of original tracks, and to leave there for a long time. And then when I popped back up in 2016, there were a few videos there of original music. It was just the beginning original music. Wasn't even really that great in my opinion. And especially Monty would be like, oh man, this beta project, the beta project. No, the album was called the Alpha Project if you dig in deep enough and you look. He's just trying to do it for you so you don't have to and believe the lie. Again, so easy to bust out. So I go underground 2016, back underground, and pop up in 2016 for my hot tub copyright audit and 1A audit. And it was self-evident very quick, especially having to, you drop a public link, right? In the public sphere, right in the middle of it, a join link. Well, see, that's the thing, Shizzle. I'm more about things sticking instead of book burning. And it's most suspect when you're on a public video platform and you've got somebody where the goal is more videos, making more videos, public, streams public, right? I think that content should be considered more than just sitting there talking about buttholes and gay rape upon straight men and a gay shaming ritual of a straight man. Okay? Cyber molestation, since some people want to say that and run with it, right? We all know who that is. Yeah. Wow. Okay. But then you want to call it content, talking about buttholes and rape of a straight man that are lies, and call that content, and then you book burn it. It's not content. That's not publishing. That's not being an investigative reporter. But hey, y'all have your court fantasy. Okay. And then once I get served, I will serve you back an anti-slap lawsuit, which I don't want to have to do. All right. Because they send scumbags like Denise Mad Cow that's got nothing, no assets. Once again, that I would have already been served by Monty if there was actually assets there. He threatened to do it. No, all they got is some data mine, some email from, Glaze and Dean already had my email. She gives it over to Monty. He gives it over to the lawyer. Lawyer's able to, take a peek to make sure it's worth something actually going after. There's some teeth to it. Lawyer's got a little more access there than your Gen Pop. If you didn't know that. It's like they don't even really have to subpoena anything. They can, they're trying to do the damage and then go, oh, sorry, later. When they know they're doing damage, that's lawfare. They're playing shit games with people's lives, but also using lawfare and using scumbag lowlifes that have no assets to go after, but they're after whatever you got because you try to help them out. And that's been just about every case, but it all boils down to where they're saying, oh, you're calling me a pred? Yeah, you got some pred shit going on. You try to control people, especially with lies and a mob, right? On the streets. Oh, what are you doing letting a pred into your house anyway? Oh, why do you got to be a pred on the prowl? It's like Scummering infiltrating in with Gina, getting a hold of a weapon as a felon, then using it to go help take down some cops because they didn't vet him. Let him do a ride along with a weapon. If you didn't gather that part, Urban, I started to tell you a little bit about that. The Alpha Project. Right? No, and I don't put that stuff out there. I want them to find it. And then what Monty did exactly, and you find the Alpha Project that I put out there. I think it's on SoundCloud or something like that. But you dig deep enough, or Reverb Nation, okay? You dig deep enough, you find it. I left a message on that site where there's some music that you can blast. Yeah, it was my beginning stuff. I'm not going to throw the real good shit out there. It's just experimental at the beginning stages. It was still okay, right? But I basically wrote there, I was like, if you found this, it means you can do a little bit more research. Thanks for checking this out. Don't believe the bullshit hype you're hearing. This is what they're trying to stop, type thing. And there you go. There's some frequency music to check out. And it's called the Alpha Project album. He's trying to sell it with the mighty buffoon, the Beta Project, the Beta Project. And yeah, it was pretty funny to me, anyways. And other people are like, "Oh my god, that's hilarious," right? And believe in it, but it's a good attempt. They're Beta and Omega for sure, but with the narcopath trait of having to believe they're alpha, but it's a fake synthetic carrot being dangled, and then their handler saying and petting them and grooming them and having the shoulder to cry on and instant tech support to be able to go, and the backup of the trash ones is your barking dog. That whole system of little protection is a false paradigm, and it gives almost false hopes to people like, let's say, Community Blowhardio, right? He's definitely like your Dank Williams weak ass link, right? All still been in some form, one way or another, in contact with the Muffin Man's crew out there. Yo. But you don't know who's being used, or they don't know if they're being used, and that's kind of and who's being meat shielded and put out there to not attack. Like the Anthony Cruz situation, the other side I kind of agree with. He's going to maybe LARP it up in the past to like now he's got some serious health issues, and don't attack him. Leave him alone. But he can attack. He can attack you. Right, and I got to write in the chat. Sorry, dude. You might want to try to blast me with bullshit, but I don't like to attack special needs people. But I mean, once you want enough smoke, and I swing back once, and all of a sudden you're screaming lawsuit and cops and shit like that. That's not good. Well, I think I gave enough time to, if anyone had any, needed a redress of grievance with Mr. Cox on some of your false paradigm beliefs and bullshit you hear on the streets, and you don't want to come back to, a comprehensible reality and stay stuck in your understanding, of course people aren't going to click the join link. They're just going to kind of do a drive-through so they can go, look, Mr. Cox is triggered, he's streaming. No, I'm doing a Saturday morning show for you guys. Taking the helm. You guys kick back with the popcorn for once. I've been doing it lately, kind of just kicking back with the popcorn, watching it all go down, watching that house of cards go down. I just want to go fishing before that house of cards goes down. Anyway, so I'm about out of here. I think I've done all that I can. I got to start making some noise and putting stuff away and do some morning dishes. Maybe if you guys want to hang out, you know what? I do want to hear a part. Let me see if I can find it. I do want to hear a part of the stream, if it's still up, that Bandit did. He's interested in being over the target with Ernie Shell, kind of an interesting, and sometimes, I'll just say this, God sometimes puts you next to people that need to be exposed, all right? Like Bandit, formally trying to be, it's his story to tell. Maybe he does tell it in here. That's why, Bandit, this would be the last time, well, maybe one more
if I panel up with you, we go through the JT Colfax. I usually try to mirror if I panel up or if I'm a part of a stream. I like to mirror, so I hope Bandit doesn't mind if I mirror this. But I think he had some really good points on a lot of stuff. We go over the JT Chlorfax. I think that's a great cover pet name for JT Colfax. Chloroform fax, right? Opt for the gas chamber. The lethal injection drugs aren't what they used to be. If you did it, if you did it, okay, right? And anyways, we go over some JT Colfax things. I hope he still has that stream up. Hour ago, 2 hours ago, a day ago. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. Actually, wait a minute. Germany Randy. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was a little bit longer. And then another reaction. I almost wish I was tuned in to the studio to make it sound better, but I think what we'll do is I'm going to have to make a little bit of noise, but I will be able to stop if I need to. I think this guy's over the target, and he's want to set teeth into these scumbags that are trying to enslave us. It's the only way I can put it. It's horrible what's happening in front of our eyes, and it's like they want the downfall of society to happen with the most gross shit. But I think it's about time to be able to do something about it. We haven't been able to do in thousands of years. There's something happening there. Now, the use of tarot, okay, I disagree with me personally. But to use intuitive readers, and if they want to use tarot or whatever the heck they're using in criminology to help find missing children or help solve a serious crime, I say go for it. It's just you got to use major discernment on every step of the way if you're going to do something like that. I'm not saying, yeah, break out the Ouija boards, everybody. Let's tear into this case. No, because you're going to get misled. You're going to get dissuaded. So, using extreme discernment in criminology. Now, there's a parallel, okay? There's a parallel with in the Army learning how to remote view the scientifically proven way as a GI, a general grunt on the front line being pulled off, put into the remote viewing program where they don't believe in the woo-woo effect. Okay, that's their quote. That's still the Dr. Michael Aquino shit. See, they're on the surface. Jedi and AI Jillies over there. That's your surface AI. It'll just keep you there, like, just you're stuck in First Genesis or maybe Revelations, the first chapter type thing, right? Stuck in a feed like Rodney. Right? We're going through Spirit War, everybody. It's Ephesians 6:10. But they don't want you to go through the 10 through 18, right? And not getting that far. Philemon was stuck, and the only reason they're talking about that is I've been talking about it for years, but they know they're getting their ass kicked on the other side, and they are applying serious tactic. That other Luciferian side. It's like PDF. I'm the controller of the dark side, everybody. What a pussy, man. Freaking Port Earth Farmer. The only man on the planet that helps set case precedent to spray paint another human and loses his case, making it legal to spray paint another human. Can't wait to put that one to the test. Right? Oh, you had one drop out. I don't know why people are dropping out. Just laying carpet bombs out here. And yeah, it's all right. But to use an intuitive reading, whatever the medium is, I don't agree with the tarot. In the case of criminology, to look into cases to profile, especially from the we the people oversight side. Now, whether or not you believe in we the people constitution, there's still a gathering that's been the oversight movement since like the 80s, okay? That's what it is. We're supposed to be the oversight, trying to come to peaceful terms and means by calling it out. We're in almost, well, I don't want to say putting the grease where the squeaky wheel's at, but definitely starting the fire and then holding the feet over that's slow as molasses to help loosen things up. Apply the slow drip at least. But using the medium of tarot in criminology has worked in the past. And that's what does interest me, and I believe it's definitely not part of like what I would call fringe. Okay, there you go. Maybe cringe Christianity. Almost like what Tams is like selling with and other Catholics out there. That dark side, and using the dark side to cross people over that you, well, or not cross people over you don't like, and the Catholic dark side. It's in every, the extreme is in every cult, sect, religion. Even the Muslims with their dresses, they're pretty extreme, throwing gays off the building and stuff. There's a peaceful way to try to call it out and work it out and apply, well, loosen up the molasses to be able to use honey instead of vinegar. Urban disciple. He was trying to apply the honey molasses on Mass 1 the other night. I think I got a little recording. Maybe I should play that. Here, let's dig in this first, and then maybe later on we'll dig into it. I recorded part 1 of Mass 1 flipping out to Urban Disciple on his panel last night. I think it's just like a 10 minutes. His first round 1. I didn't record round 2. Hope somebody else did. I didn't. Here, let's see what this is. Because he gives a good breakdown. Bandit gives a good breakdown of the Lecter County case in Kentucky. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to cue it up a little bit to see where I want to start. That way, because he's trying to get lined up here. And see if I can go into it a little bit. He's tracking Ernie Shell. And you see, I'm interested. It's funny, man. Well, trying to get us to the point where so we're not listening too much to dead air. Interesting that I hope he is using a voice changer, because that's going to be good. Good. I think he's doing some high-end trolling, and I'm very interested. Okay, wait a minute. There we go. Okay. He lays it down nice and thick. And
what's up?
I think he wants to go in.
So, y'all can ask me anything that you want to. Go ahead and ask me anything that you want to. I'm here to answer any questions. If you have tuned in, be sure to like the video, press the fucking like button, don't be a hater. Don't be fucking lazy. Don't act like that you just had a goddamn stroke.
Shizzle, if I had your talent, what you're trying to accomplish, and that was my goal, I would have had to start out with the voice changer. Fuck them, dude. Just putting it, you're just looking for a place to put your music and fuck the haters, okay? That's why I started out on some of those older platforms, putting music there, just earlier shit, just to it wasn't even. I mean, well, I'm gonna, I think it was all right for beginning stuff and worth sharing. Else I wouldn't have put it there, right? So there was, you had to make it a little juicy to especially the use of the name, right? Because I've been the bait for these assholes for a long fucking time, man. But the thing is, okay, trying to stay anon, dude. I would have started out with the voice changer, and I hope that Bandit here is using a voice changer, and I'm just gonna put it out there, okay? Because that would really, he might be putting himself on camera, but to use a voice changer or something like that, dude, would be the way to start out. And he's doing pretty good at trolling him, I think, into making some bad moves, and I think that's the art of the trolling is to get someone pressed so they make a bad move. But I don't want to see anybody get hurt, so I just try to keep it to comedy. And I know I'm not funny, but even the attempt thereof still keeps it educational and comedic under fair use. Isn't that interesting? Even though I'm not funny on some of the things I try to present, it's still fair use. Isn't that interesting?
To operate your right hand, hit the fucking like button. Well, thank you. I can actually fluctuate my voice, but this is my natural voice. So
Yes, that's a good troll.
So what's up?
Right. No. That's a good troll. He probably that's the thing. He probably is using a voice changer because that's what you'd say. No, this is my natural voice, and you're gonna have to keep it going. Make sure that app don't crash, dude. I'm just trying to give suggestions for anybody like artists. Like Shizzle's a great example in some things too, right? And I blasted him for some stuff in the past and had to apologize. Just like Urban, I blasted him, apologized, right? And it's kind of an audit to somebody's got to kind of push the limits to go, okay, you as an artist, don't fucking do this. I've already done it to prove that it doesn't work that way. I see you kind of going that way, right? But no. That's the thing, dude. It's a perfect troll, man. If he's using a voice changer, it's a perfect troll. Just make sure. I'm like the other side. Well, our side's tech support, where I'm going to be like, dude, if you don't want your cover blown and you're using a voice changer, okay, make sure that app don't crash, dude. All right, start off the fresh phone, restart it before you do your streams, and there's actually to bring up an app with your streaming to be able to use a voice changer, for instance. There might be a procedure where you either need to start your broadcaster first, then the app, or start the app first so the microphone grabs on the stream broadcaster. There's always a procedure to get your good sound so you're not all choppy and shit like that. Like for me to start up this StreamYard on this device, there's a totally different procedure than bringing it up in my studio. There's different buttons that you got to click and shit like that, and it's all right. So your setup, and that's a sheep don't realize, right, Urban? It's even the editing, like how much time it really does take. But when you're good at it, and good editors to really pump shit out, it's all about how you arrange your clips and how you access your clips, and not having to go around and look for clips. So, anyways, yeah, it's just if you're spending all day looking for a clip that's 3-4 seconds long, that's just going to be a mind blower on the transition, on the swipe in between sets of intervals of clips and so forth. Phil, Treachy doesn't know that very well. Treachy's editing skills is more like a slap video, like Fellowmon. He's using what other people are definitely saying and incriminating themselves in this LARP show, right? Talking crazy and stupid. And then his fades and swipes in between people talking is like it's seriously, it's like I mean, it's very amateur beginning. Like even they're teaching that stuff in high school where you're still using longer clips of like SNL, right, and so forth, and it's still, nothing's really yours in a sense. But now he's doing, the weekly vinyl, right, and it's very still surface. Might be still doing the frequencies and not telling you, all right, and maybe inverse frequencies. I'd be telling you, you'd be seeing on the screen, this broadcast has frequencies now. This one. It'd be on the ticker or in the title. This is a frequency broadcast at this hertz range. Okay? Not Treachy back a few years ago. This is a 432 broadcast. I don't know how it works, but it was sent to me to do, and it's my job to play some music through this app. The 432. It's supposed to be great. It's bad. It's bad, dude. I know some of my voices are bad, but it's still for fair use. Okay, keeping everything fair use. You got to try to be funny, even if you're not.
It's Thursday night. I'm waiting on my check to hit.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the perfect example, and I'm glad you brought that up, Urban Disciple. That's why you are part of the. If there's any council of the streets, all right, definitely Urban Disciples has always got an open chair. Right? At the big round table. Okay. But Treach has horrible documentaries. Well, you know what, though? It's so horrible. They are. They're really that horrible. Okay? But perfect timing for me. Because as they're trying to say people are promoting and supporting P-word people and RSOs and so forth, right? It's interesting that it takes me let's say 2 years to watch one of Treachy's documentaries. Is kind of like coming back to it on, and it's just, you can only take it in small chunks, like a 3-hour video, right? Of them exposing the sicko Dave Tottashini, right? And I don't even like to say that name. Usually say Dave T, but for this fair use broadcast, okay, we had to say that name. We usually don't like to say the names of the RSOs because they want their names said, if you haven't gathered that part yet. So definitely. But there's other people that should be putting them on blast, exactly like Treachy and OG Juan Cannoli, that did make a documentary on them busting out Dave Tottashini for Streets Turf clout. But you know what I found after third or fourth time I continue on watching that video on the downtime, it looks like they've got this sicko under control, whether I like him or not. They have him just destroyed, this RSO. Put him on blast, raising awareness, becoming the oversight, right? I don't care if they're douchebags or not, right? But what I find interesting is towards the end of this 3-hour documentary of them busting out the sicko is all of a sudden his PayPal's being promoted, like Scotty, liking to promote certain call letters to sickos where you can go listen to them on FM radio. All plastered across the board on Southwest Jeff's panel. And no one gets it. Doesn't matter really what I'm saying. I'm kind of LARPing in a sense. Throwing some serious, exposure upon a sicko that said he wasn't a pet. But I'm calling him a pet. Anyways, that's why I'm getting threatened to be sued by sickos and their main supporters and even some of their fan club. Vic. Vic's definitely the Rodent's new fan club, and they are totally the perfect couple. Vic and the Rodent. to go after Tommy and call it vigilantism and terrorism. Yeah, it better be damn well terrorism to freaking sickos. Absolutely. Because you want to do that to survivors and victims and then be part of the LARP to further victimize, to keep people in victim mode, to further victimize victims because they're in victim mode instead of thrivalment and want to go, oh, you know what? There is something I can do about this. These MFers need to be decoyed up and personal that want to infiltrate. Preds that want to come up into your home. Why do they need to be Preds in the first place and want to come up into your home? Why are people saying or asking that? Those are the important questions. But when Trici has in one of his documentaries the PayPal link for Sicko Dave T, like he's promoting them, it looks like what Scotty was doing the other night promoting that Sicko rodent with his call letters. You at least, if you want to cancel sickos, like Fellowmon and his crew said, they're gonna cancel that rodent. The other sickos, they've been doing it, right? No, they ran. Some people need to run away. Yes, run away. Some people, yes. But it does kind of swing back around the current situation with like CPP Tommy with this big data breach in the past with the Sherry got raped by Tommy LARP that Predward was helping, set up and make real convincing. Then you've got Trici promoting a sicko instead of editing, taking the time. Why would Trici miss that? Why would Trici miss that? The sickos want to be promoted. They're there for a reason. And acting like radio people, the RSO Rodent in Fort Collins and Dave T. Sicko, the way he kind of said he was on the radio. You've got Mark Connors that says he's been on radio podcasts and then on stage. Scotty in the dojos, being the gate guard at biker events where there's all of a sudden dudes with guns that he's defusing. He defused it, everyone. There's bikers with guns. He defused it. Dude, you were probably standing back once the action already went down, dude. Come on. But hey, that's the team mentality they need. We'll give them that, right? You got to give them a little bit. Sometimes I'm willing to look for days for clips if I need to, and I agree with that. It depends. Eventually, maybe a clip will come to you that you've been looking for a while. You'll find it down the road where you know what it's actually going to be more impactful way down the road. There's a reason why maybe you hit it in the first place for way down the road. Right? It just depends on how you run your archive as a editor on the type of outcome you're looking for. If you're looking for a long way down the road documentary, trying to look for that award, right, or whatever, is a professional documentary. It's not gonna matter to have clips on hand versus like almost a live situation. It's a little different. Yeah. Well, that's appreciative because I'm more, and I agree. All the stuff that I put out there has been more for an audit and just slapped together. There's a little bit of stuff where I've actually worked on and maybe done some fades or some, try to add in a little bit. Then it's just here. I'm going to play this clip talking over it, right? But try to add in a little bit somewhere because it also helps you meet the criteria again for fair use, and remixing is part of the fair use. Anyways. And that, my friends, is your actual copyright audit in a nutshell. But the actual 1A, or the ability to speak freely on somebody else's streets where they're ghosts and playing in the middle of the night with your financial and civil liberties and trying to set you up for serious shit, or send in war bots where they're thinking they, well, they're saying, I mean, that's kind of a threat to me. He knows where I lay my head at night. Why would you need to? Aren't you married, Duckbot? He can't panel up. Right here, here's the join link again. He's not going to panel up and want to work out. What is this? You know where I lay my head at night, and you know where I live. I don't know why I'm so interesting that I'd be maybe more interesting than your own wife. It's a pretty bad obsession, especially when there's so many of you that are kind of limp-wristed and seriously, it's bad. Like you got, your wife, or if you are with a chick, she's like your cover for your gayness. Just so you can feel, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I've always been a straight man liking women. I don't think, no, I really do think that Treach and his wife are, just like others we've found in these communities. There's some weirdos mixed in, like Treachy wanting to maybe find a third with his wife, but I'm not going to say any names, but, something way bigger than Treachy can provide and slapping balls with another man, and that is not, okay. That's a little too much artistry in my department, for my department. No. Some of the sick stuff that these people come up with, I do have to combat with kind of sick stuff because it portrays how bad they really are. I mean, I wouldn't have some of these gnarly jokes if it wasn't for them being gnarly. If there was no problem of weirdos and sickos on the internet trying to help take your civil liberties, you wouldn't even know who I am. I'd just be a fisherman, retired. But hey, anyways, I don't have much time here, but we're going to listen to this, and I got stuff to do, and I just went on for too long, and before we got into it, I can do that. All right, on to Bandit, some other audio. I'm shutting up. I said too much. Thanks for joining in.
I was about to say, who you calling a hoe? Damn, bitch. Hi. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, and
My
by the
mom
way,
is at a concert.
Yeah, by the way, Bandit, if you're listening in, okay, there are some freaking sicko weirdo furries connected to the Tonic and Shills. All right, they are some sicko weirdo projectionists, just like Tonic. It's all connected, in my opinion. Okay, that it's some bad projection, and then they're the ones getting busted out for some sick weird shit. But yeah, they like to troll myself and others, obviously, and you guys, but you're getting there. Just it seems like they're kind of getting beat up every day, and they like it, and it's just. But I like slapping at it. It's kind of fun. But there's going to be some like tree cheats that are even married, like the FCCs. They're going to probably be turned on by this guy's voice, and they're going to be like propositioning them like Urban Disciple, or be like, hey, I want to be a third with my wife there, right? But Beta Treachi's in a beta bun and saying it a lot different. Hey, somebody's backstage. Okay, I see somebody backstage. I gotta go over and change my settings. Let's see who's for music. Going back to backstage. Oh, wait a minute. There's something else I gotta do. What do you got going?
Oh, nothing. This is Bandit.
Oh,
Isaac.
dude. Hey, how you doing, man? Oh,
I'm good.
Cool.
I just wanted to hop up here and say hi, and I didn't know if you had any questions or anything.
You know, I was
you.
about to play your video, your stream from the other night, and I just worry about people getting pissed off if I use their videos if I don't know them. And I mean, you've got some good points that you're over the target on that I tried to explain. I don't know how long you've been listening for, but to what you're doing is as far as something intuitive, I think should be used more in law enforcement, and it has been used in law enforcement before. And to find, some really, some really fucked up people. And I'm kind of digging it, I'm kind of stoked. And I've got another intuitive reader that I've been following, and she uses her own deck, and she's out of the country, and she's been over the target, like on this whole big sicko network from outside of the country. And she uses her own deck that she created, and they are really good readings. So that's pretty cool.
Now, whenever you say sicko network, you're referring to JT Clorfax.
You know what? Just stick with that, because that'll keep you legally from saying his actual name. That's a good. Okay. Here's the thing, because I've told these guys to go turn themselves in and get a DNA test since they're so tough, and if they're guilty, they might want the gas chamber. So chloroform facts, right? Might need the gas chamber because, well, the lethal injection drugs just ain't what they used to be. Okay, so that's my sick bad joke back to them. And chlorofax is perfect. Okay, but
yeah, I kept on saying chlorofax. It sounds like
right. But when you do your reading, it's Colfax. C-O-L, Colfax.
Colfax, okay.
Yeah. James Michael Thompson. I mean, being the main suspect, and the documentaries that came out around Christmas, not even mentioning him, because there was a bunch, because the anniversary of JVR, okay, it didn't have any mention of this arson on the house and the records being stolen, the coroner records, and then that person being charged and prosecuted for messing around with the bodies in the morgue. It all got left out of all these documentaries for some reason. You brought up a good point. Where's Ernie Shell on something like this?
Yeah, dude. The part that really stood out to me when you brought that to my attention is how what I would like to know is, why did he steal the registry? I guess that's what you want to, like, the, where you sign in the bodies that come into the morgue. Yep. Why did he steal that with John Benet's name? I don't know much about the case, but that to me was odd.
Well, he's definitely a voyeur, because I'm thinking, this is just my opinion, and he's streamed himself at big events before, like waiting to watch a concert, but in a very interesting spot, streaming before things start. They're mocking and being fucking weird and attracting attention to himself. I could see him watching the pageants back in that day, or something like that. Right. But the biggest now somebody like you following what you put out there is perfect. The way I caught it, and you even read it, but no one will catch unless you're from that area. You do not cross over the border from Canada, BC, into Portland. You just don't do that unless there is an immigration type thing and you take a plane. But the writings indicate he took a bus. They left out a whole state in his alibi. State of Washington.
See, I don't know why I was assuming that John Benet Ramsey happened in New York. That was just me assuming things.
You know what? I was totally off with Sandy Hook at first, thinking it was in California when he was in Connecticut or Massachusetts or wherever, right? And they try to label me like a Sandy Hook shill and all this, or I'm like, Dude, I half the time I don't even know what state it happened in, so how could I be an influencer for Sandy Hook? What the hell? Oh my gosh, I got a little bit of opinion about hoaxes and shit that doesn't look right. Oh my God. Right?
Well, it's
But
so the thing about Sandy Hook, though, I remember when that happened, and it seems like school shootings, it just over the years since 2012 up until now, they've just become so common that it's become desensitized. It's just, oh well, it's just another day.
and that's exactly it. I think a lot of the FFs, the false flags, the definitely put money into it, but they still have, it's like some type of, just the way I look at it, it's some type of sacrificial ritual, and but to blow money on, and people still have to, expire in that, and to make it look real. And the first one I found, I was totally over the target on it. Like the day it happened was an ooting in the same freaking state. It was left out in Washington State. I think it was 2017 in a mall, and that was. Let me just lay it out for you real quick. I mean, there was, I think 12 people that were expired, but the thing is, as soon as it happened, I started looking it up. I find an article that was written the day before for some reason. Within a half an hour of the event actually happening, there was already an article written the day before. So all they needed to do,
crisis actors.
well, yeah, that was the way to do. It's an article that would be sent as a link to the crisis actors so they know the script. But the thing is, about 45 minutes after the event, I go back to the same site, and it had been updated, and the timestamp was manipulated to where it just said updated 15 minutes ago. That was it. No year, no month, no day. So to be able to manipulate the timestamps, I was enlisted year 2000 and saw what happened to Y2K, and it was to put us on tracks to manipulate timestamps, timelines. They put us on a totally different, as a country, totally different set of tracks, where we were actually tracking pretty good until 9/11. But year 2000, they needed more advanced, technologically advanced computer systems started up, set in place for 9/11 to happen, to be able to control a whole timeline of events and timestamps. See what I'm saying? So we're just dealing with advanced technology today, to where even having somebody with intuitive skills to even tell if a video is a deep fake, LARP, real, a signature especially. I can tell a signature on a DDoS attack, who it is.
Are you familiar with the Delphi case?
No. But maybe if he started explaining it, but if it's fairly recent, I've had to kind of pull away from a lot of things. I'm just way too busy to keep track of it. But I'll tell you this, the Lecter case was, dude, I was over the target on that immediately. Like, holy shit, this is going to blow. And it's going to spark off a whole huge series of events. Right? And if Ernie Shell is anywhere near that Lecter case, dude, I can see why all of a sudden he went to jail. Telling you, right?
Well, the timing of it was, just going back what I was saying a couple of nights ago, from the time that Ernie Shell got arrested on August 27th, and then you have the judge in Letcher County, and Ernie Shell's from that part of Kentucky, and he has family that works in law enforcement, as I'm sure you've heard. The judge got murdered September 19th. So it was just, the timing of it was weird. And what made it even strange was when you ask him about this, he don't have a lot to say about it.
Well, and I can give you kind of a parallel. I can give you a parallel. So, for instance, one of the handler ladies, kind of in the background, from our sector, she would play a lot of court cases just to be able to have a stream, open up the chat, talk about all these cases. But when it came down to the really important case to where even one of her barking dogs was connected to the Attorney General of Texas, literally in audio recording from the wife saying, there's something weird going on with my husband with the Attorney General's office of Texas. Anyways, all of a sudden the Texas Attorney General of Texas is being impeached. She don't want to be playing that impeachment, one of the most historical impeachments and court cases of current history, in my opinion. She's not mirroring that one. Right.
No, because that affects the narrative. You know.
Well, I think it was just
I
too
don't know
much
much about what
pressure
you're talking
because
about.
they would double reverse on that somehow and try to peddle that, oh my gosh, just so atrocious. But yeah, there's certain places, I mean, you can only LARP it out so long before you're gonna be called out on something, right? But why are these people acting like police, like they need to stop the pred catchers? And that's what JT is involved directly with, helping stop pred catchers. But it backfired on him, and he's the one that got the lifetime restraining order on him from a pred catcher in Denver. So it's some pretty deep shit in the way it all is kind of interconnected. But it's like when one little crew gets kind of shut down or busted out, well, here comes a backup crew like Authority Check and Tonic and Sales. So it's pretty interesting. So it's bench warmer after bench warmer, crew after crew. They've been coming at me since 2016, dude.
See, I wasn't aware that you've been around on YouTube that long until looking back on your content. You said that. So let me ask you. You said that Tonic and Sales, that group over there, ties into Clorox. I'll call it that.
Clorox, yes. JT Clorox, yeah, definitely needs to be cleansed, man. White it out, but yeah, up for the gas chamber. All right, if you did it. So there's connections to where Tonic and Sales and Authority Check crossed over into the pred catchers to help get certain people what they would describe as being exposed or destroyed. But it's a drama side of what's already been busted out, been busted down to a drama community because of the infiltration that's already happened in the pred catchers. Some of the infiltration did come from JT Clorfax's, partner, real close together, working closely together, Predward, that had his house raided for child pornography, but got off. Only did 21 days in jail. No one's seen the plea deal type. You're not going to see the plea deal.
It's fucking crazy.
Right. So the depth, like you said, is like, it's juicy. I've been following the juicy side of this crew for, like I said, since 2016. 2012 is when I did my first original copyright audit to see if I wanted to put my music here and how they would react to my name. Right. And anyways, yeah, they didn't want to make a deal. Let's just put it that way, which was good because I really didn't want to work with them in the first place, but I wanted to see how they would react to original music and copyright issues. And they chose their route unwisely.
Yeah, YouTube is crazy about copyright. It's
Yep. Yeah.
I miss the days of MySpace and Spotify where you used to be able to, get on there and just upload your shit.
Yeah, Napster. That was the good days, dude.
But see, someone else was. I heard someone else speaking about this. If you want your stuff exposed, I mean, these artists, I hear everybody complaining about, oh, copyright, they're using my material, they're using my song. Well, that's how you get exposed.
Right. Exactly.
It's like different people playing your shit,
Yes. Yeah, and but they're supposed to, if you know the book 1984, that's the type of effect they're trying to apply through characters, through movie scripts. So we were talking about that in your chat the other day. You noticed there was a movie script or something in this certain sector where, yeah, now you're looking into the Chlorfax Star Wars script. The 1984 script has its own characters, and they're all trying not to cross pocket. But they do. They actually have to. It merges, come together. So there was a merge with Tonic and Sales and his side with the Pred Catchers, and that was through Southwest Jeff, where they've been using him as a gateway, this whole big network. And whether he knows he's been used or not, there's speculation there. So, but I see the merges, and I'm not the only one that sees how they have to help, like the people that have infiltrated the Pred Catchers to help create chaos, so there's less Pred catching, and to apply the label vigilanteism, not oversight. That's what I was taught in college, is how to become the oversight. They want to label every movement that you do because you've called them out. You're a vigilante because you're calling them out.
You're a pedophile. You know, that's their go-to is you're a pedophile. You know, what Ernie Shell does and what Tonic and Sales does and all the rest of them. But,
yep, JT Colfax in that video that I sent you, JT Colfax is trying to say that I was on the registry and I just got prosecuted at like 40 days ago. Weren't you prosecuted and now you're an RSO? What are you doing here? Oh, you must be a snitch. And trying to sell that, and people pick up on it in the chat. Oh yeah, that guy's a total chomo, right? So I've been dealing with that since 2016 is one of their dirty tactics when they start losing. It's just them showing a card of how they have to play. It's pretty serious.
I mean, that's a pretty serious thing to say about somebody. That can, I mean, you're dealing with somebody's life then, you know, and if you don't have documentation to actually prove, and I'm talking like, you know, real documentation, not something that you can just Photoshop. Because that's the main thing that people like to go to nowadays.
So one of the stories, and I'll give you a good example of what you're talking about. One of the good stories that one of my super fans put out was that I went to Colorado to go hang out. And I tell people I live in Arizona. I don't tell people where I live in Arizona, but I live in Arizona. But they know, people that know I've been doxxed, you know, quite a bit, but which is, I mean, I don't care. But they were trying to say that I went to Colorado and met up with an RSO to hang out with them. I haven't been to Colorado since I was like 20 years old, dude. What the fuck? But to try to paint a target on your back so people harass you, or it's code to their little social workers, street social workers, to spread, oh my God, he went to Colorado and he met up, oh, don't listen to him. Oh man. Just because somebody came up with a lie. And that's the manipulation of your social media reality that you're in their sandbox, dude. Anyways, you had a question back a ways, you know, before we get too far off track. And I enjoy questions, you know, even adverse questions. You heard something or, yeah. Anyways.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't really have it. I will ask you this. So have you been keeping up with the latest? What do you think about Bernie having a warrant with no bail again?
Not to drag it out. And if he's on the run, I just catch tiny little bits in the mix of things. You really laid it out well, and especially with you kind of coming forward, which is really cool, and seeing through it and reading through it too. So I think that's really important in helping solve crimes and so forth, high end crimes. You're gonna find that we're more than likely up against Soros money, unlimited funds of money, to keep trying to make somebody like you that has the information on them to make you look bad.
I've been a target, with certain because you become a target when you get too close to the truth.
Yeah.
If you're just this guy over here that's reading tarot cards, or he claims to be a psychic and he's saying some ridiculous shit, they wouldn't view me as a threat. But whenever I start saying things that hit closer to home, that's when I become on the radar. And I think that's the case with you and all the rest of these people that's been calling them out.
Well, and I disagree with you just slightly in a positive way, though, that they know tarot. They have their own readers to help them achieve their goals and cover for some real sick shit. So that's what made you a target, is having abilities and the fortitude and going through and what you feel is right to combat what you're seeing as something fucked up. Okay, that's just, level ground there, right? Whatever medium you choose to combat what you're seeing is fucked up. Don't ever let anybody dictate that, dude. Because the way Shizzle sees it, and he pumps out some awesome tracks. I would help protect his rights to keep doing that. Even though there's some of his lyrics and views that I don't agree with, I agree with his right to be able to publish his views through music or a different medium like yourself. You're doing a different medium. One time I wanted to become a actual copyright and entertainment lawyer, helping protect bands and shit like that. It's kind of a deep story where the FBI didn't protect somebody's intellectual rights, a drummer for the Winstons. He had a 10-second loop that's now drum and bass and jungle and been used in Jeep commercials and shit like that. He died homeless and broke. The FBI didn't protect his intellectual property. Anyways, I saw that wrong long time ago, and always wanted to help protect artists. But the thing is to be independent as possible, right? You don't want anybody getting up into your shit, dude, and fucking up your art or your whatever you're trying to achieve. And they will. You know that. You said you've been targeted, right? You're going to have the smiley sweets coming at you. Oh, I can help you.
One thing that you said, though, it does make sense, because these people will purposely go to psychics, readers, intuitive readers, and I know this happening. They will literally pay them to put out a narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, and we found sometimes
it will spread like wildfire, because these people are quote unquote credible, but also they're questionable if you look a little bit into the things that they've said in the background. And there was this one, I'm not going to mention this reader's name, but I don't know if you're familiar with Georg Kuhn's. That case happened back in 2015. He was a little boy that disappeared from a campsite in Idaho Falls.
No, I was embedded then. I was part of the Matrix.
Well, one of those readers started out giving readings on this case, and they started out being accurate, but then as time went on, they started putting out just blatant misinformation and claiming it to be truth, not predictions, going as far as making fake headlines to, authenticate, quote unquote, their predictions.
Gotcha. Did you hear me talk earlier? I don't know how long you've been tuned in, but about the scientific way that the Army was teaching people how to remote view.
I've been tuning in and out. No, I didn't hear that part.
Okay. Yeah. There's a scientific way without the woo-woo that they teach in the Army. Used to, not anymore, but I kind of doubt it. But to where they just pull a GI right off the front line, teaching the scientific way to the whole process to remote view, to be able to tell if there's an army on the other side of the mountain, mounting up to come, flank them or something. And it works. It does work. So there's that aspect that they know of, because that's the Army. And also one of the admirals or generals or whatever he was, Michael Aquino, Dr. Michael Aquino, was the writer of the Satanic Book for the Army, which is kind of like the satanic Bible for the Army. But to me, it's just helping program the Army guys to be desensitized to killing, being okay with it. So there's some real deep research that a lot of us are going by in past history on relations and actions that can be documented on the way they tried to NLP, neuro linguistic program people into believing and throwing that pedo psyop in there. It's I'll credit Zero for coming up. He's like, dude, this is what they're doing. For some reason, this whole pedo psyop, but it is a good way to clean things up. But there's so much adverse effect to try to clean that up. But in all honesty, with me, it looks like with the pred catching, a lot of it is just wolves that are being thrown on the fire in a sense that they don't need anymore. Coyotes, traffickers that they don't need anymore. Everything's more streamlined for the elitists in human trafficking. So that's what you're going to find in the higher up of what you're looking into and what it's all connected with. Military, trafficking, and the higher echelon to the elitists, and they don't need as much of the street, call them squid in a sense, or traffickers, to abduct women anymore, to bring them to ships from the Marshall. It's all been documented, right? to sell and so forth. So the human trafficking aspect of what you're looking into and the ritual and everything is to be able to look at it, the medium that you're looking at, it's pretty cool. It's really interesting.
Well, that goes along with, if you don't want to believe with cases like Summer Wells, which I just got done. I talk about all these cases because I'm more into the true crime community,
Yep.
So, but that goes into, there's a lot of human trafficking that happens in Kentucky and Tennessee. I'm in Kentucky,
okay,
Western Kentucky at that, and people, they already know where I live, so I'm not afraid of telling that, but I've shared my experience firsthand years ago when I was lured off an app, and it was somebody was off one of these hookup apps, and it was someone that was imposing to be a representative for Joe Boxer, and I think that there's with these cases that go missing, yes, these parents are guilty 9 times out of 10, especially if they just go missing in the middle of the night.
Statistic. Yeah, with kidnapping and crimes against children, 7 out of the 10 times it's the parents, something, either an abduction, it was a parent. Those are statistics proven.
Yeah, but then there's that possibility that there's human trafficking that does happen. I mean, all the time I read these headlines of trafficking sprees being busted out of Atlanta, Memphis, somewhere in Tennessee, a lot of places in Tennessee. And it just makes you wonder, why isn't it dealt with as much? There must be, it's something so much bigger, and sometimes I question if the government is involved. That's a controversial thing to say, but we're getting into.
Well, let me tell you this. Sink that in. Is about 2 months ago, CPP Tommy out of Colorado Pet Patrol, caught a diplomat for Asia, I think, or something like that, meeting up, and he decoys. All of his decoys are 13-year-olds. Okay, so he definitely came to meet up with a 13-year-old. Was arrested on film, taken away in a car, and who knows where that case is at now. Okay.
This was an official out of Colorado.
Yes, he was a retired diplomat. So, I mean, let's say if the human trafficking industry was interrupted a little bit and maybe his supply was interrupted, of course he's going to be looking himself. So the slight interruption, even with what Ernie Shell was doing and LARPing, let's say, was a deep, dirty side of the FBI operation to figure out who the vigilantes are that would want to help him. Okay, it's like the Bundy movement too. A long time ago, 2016, a lot of informants planted in. Right now, well, our current time, with like January 6th, you got the Proud Boys, where the leader was Enrique, was an FBI plant. So, and that's not a well-regulated militia. So they're trying to make it look like vigilantism to shut it down. But I think I forgot my point with that, but I might have mentioned it. but for Ernie Shell to do what he's doing, whether he was a puppet, plant, whatever, he's still a good rabbit to track, because he's going to attract attention of even victims that want to help him out, that buy his story, and those become targets, even experimented with on how to shut them up. Okay. So, it goes real deep. So neurolinguistic programming with video game, and this is all proven, operations. What is it? I'll remember the operation, what it's called, but how did
See,
you
this
buy
goes into the chip that's being planted, the rumored chip that people always joke about. But what you're talking about, it makes it seem not out of the ordinary.
Well, look at the panels. The way the panel can almost be, people want to fight. So let's say I want to pick a fight with you right now and call you a nasty name or dumbass, and we start fighting. That's like a video game, and people want that, and then all of a sudden our views will go up.
Yeah, it's fake for both sides. Yeah, and that happens a lot with YouTube.
Yeah, and that is the programming of YouTube. That's, I think, why YouTube itself was created to become a policing platform. And what better way to police ourselves to I come at you with a lie, and then you go, no, it was this way. Well, I just got your confession. Easy. And that's a good way. So good example. A few years back, there was a fishing channel out of Idaho putting up fishing videos, and he goes to this creek that's closed to a certain species of fish. He catches that fish, keeps it, takes it home, and the next day fish and law enforcement shows up and gives him a ticket because he put it on YouTube. But to program people with the pedo psyop, it is a good way to snuff people out, especially the infiltrators and the pred catchers, which they thought they could get away with, just like Ernie Shell. They thought they were going to be able to get away with using some scumbag to pull off some operation for Trump. But it's to see, for me, it's to see how many they're going to be up against. How much force is it going to take to divide and conquer your opposition, which is people that want truth and pedophilic bullshit taken care of. And I think that's our main focus for a lot of people. And I've even seen that with Satanists and Luciferians. They're pissed. They don't like it.
Yeah, because and that's something that Satanists get misconstrued with, is they're being brought into not only the pedophilic shit, but all this, soul cooking and human trafficking and organ harvesting. All of that stuff got a bad rep because of, I'll blame it on LaVey. LaVey and Satanism. Because his main thing was about pissing off Christians, because if you know anything about, there's two different types. I'm not going to get into it, but it's a bad rep,
Yeah, we dealt with a LaVeyan that was doing some Christian Jesus LARPing and trying to use that to infiltrate and get information. And they don't last long though. That's the thing. Ernie Shell was, I really thought that Ernie Shell was about to hit a wall as soon as Bird started putting him on blast. When Liberty Bird put him on blast, I was like, there goes Ernie Shell. He's toast.
Well, now
It's only a matter of time.
he was up on somebody else's panel yesterday praising Tyrant Bird, Liberty Bird.
It's to make him look bad and destroy him because he's going down. Ernie Shell's going down.
Yeah, it is.
Take him with them. I've seen that before. They'll start talking good about somebody that you think there's their enemy, but all of a sudden it's just to tie him in with them. And we've seen other RSOs do that to try to even use somebody else's videos so people go around and say they're working together.
Well, I think in this instance, I mean, Ernie was only taking Bird's side so he could spite another YouTuber, a YouTuber that he, literally has, that he likes and cannot get the crotch smell out of his nose and in his mouth. He's obsessed with him. He's jealous. So I think that he's just taking the side of, I don't think it has anything to do with psyopsing or honestly, I just think that Ernie is trying to make somebody jealous in that case. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but
no, and I don't keep up with that side as much, but
yeah.
it just keeps on leaking out. It's overflowing into other communities, and sometimes the loudest operation like that is the most suspect too. We've seen that before. So there is something about him being real loud, and I think it's to help make pred catching look really bad. And they've done that with JT Chlorfax's buddy Predward that got his house raided for child pornography. And it goes back there because, again, there's a connection there with the Attorney General of Texas and this whole crew, even connected to the Proud Boys, apparently, and these patriots. And they're always trying to latch on, even the truckers, they're always trying to latch on to whatever community. That way, when Predward's paperwork gets busted out about the raid, it makes all those people look bad that were hanging out with him and believe his bullshit stories. He became this big little sensation all of a sudden. Hundreds of people watching him, right? And it was bad. It was bad. Just all because they infiltrated the pred catchers and then got a shout out from one of the top pred catchers, Alex, gave Predward a shout out, and I was listening that day a few years back, and I was like, holy shit, that crew infiltrated the pred catchers. And I was quiet at that time, but I was listening, and I was like, holy shit, here we go. The pred catchers got infiltrated. Holy fuck. And all of a sudden, boom, yeah, his whole crew was calling the cops on CPP Tommy, trying to get him to stop pred catching. It's crazy.
Yesterday I asked Ernie if he knew who Clorox was, and he said that he knows the name. He's heard of it.
Yeah.
He didn't know exactly how he relates to the John Benet Ramsey case.
Oh,
but he's heard that name.
It's a damage control crew, and let me tell you this will really sink it in because you probably haven't had much time to listen to my work and what I talk about, but there's an author named Trevor Aronson that wrote for Mother Jones magazine, The Intercept, which is suspect, I know, but really interesting writings about deep infiltration. A few years back, Aronson found a informant in Denver, again, Colorado. And this particular informant was an RSO, and he's rolling around in Denver acting cool in a hearse filled with weapons. But he was trying to set up like even Antifa and BLM, anybody that wanted to step up as an activist to do a hit like on a district attorney or, the attorney general, or, they would try to set them up. People set them up. But using an RSO as an informant, also he found murderers, rapists. These people are giving sweet plea deals, maybe even do a little bit of time to be a snitch inside to help deepen their cover to their friends. And being used like that, murderers, rapists, sickos. And it makes sense that all of a sudden JT Colfax is a major, almost like an icon for just stupid, silly propaganda and trying to pull off certain acts in public, well documented. It would be like almost circus acts in the public. It'd gain a lot of attention. So, which he said is kind of like a circus act, the way he lit John Bonet's house on fire. So there's a lot of really twisted psychology to where they do use, like you agreed to, the readers and so forth, but they don't have to go to them. They're almost like tech support for them. They're that invested for some reason. So that investment has to be covering for something bigger. And is it ever going to come out? Fully not with the dirty FBI still.
See, I going back to Chlorfox, do you know why he was cleared from being a suspect?
I think that is the question of the year.
I really haven't done much research into that. Again,
that's the question: is if these guys are so tough, why don't they go and they didn't do all these crimes? Go give a DNA sample and clear yourself.
Well, didn't he have to give a DNA sample whenever he was considered a suspect?
I would think so, but back in 1996, they probably didn't have that type of thing, and they wouldn't do DNA samples on an entry into prison. He did a couple of years where he wrote his alibi, which, I mean, even more stuff. But it's like he keeps on implicating himself. He keeps on implicating himself to like really good investigators and reporters. And the thing is, they're still laughing in our face because they're not going to do anything about it. He's helping protect, I think, something very gnarly. To be able to do. Yeah. So once you dig into the mom, okay, her involvement. So have you seen the movie? I can put it real quick to you. Have you seen the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico with Antonio Banderas, where he's a hitman?
I have not.
Okay. He's just a expensive hitman. On his downtime, he's in Mexico, Antonio Banderas, and on his downtime he likes to try the green chili pork in the restaurants, and if it's too good, he goes in the kitchen and he shoots the cook. Okay. And I think John Bonet was that way. She was too good, and in their system, you can't have too good. So in the pageants, John Bonet are probably pissing moms off. Her mom's probably gloating, and moms got together with probably the head honcho Freemason of that sector, right? Or lodge or whatever, and goes, we have to do something about this. So what are they going to do? They're going to hire some puppets to do something about that. It can't be that good.
What do you think about the theory of John Bonet being Katy Perry? Or do you think that's just off the wall?
No. I mean, it is an interesting little twist that if like a super soldier were to really exist, if it really does, that's how they would recruit in. Yeah. It would be a ritual. Still, in that system, even some celebrities. I mean, what if Heath Ledger is still alive, but he had to do some reconstructive surgery? And it's the system, like WWF wrestling, makes money off the superstars' names when they get killed. So there's a lot of ritual, sick, twisted ritual that's even, sponsored by the state, like you were talking about, in my opinion, and being funded still through Soros. It's unlimited. It's an unlimited supply of money to cause flipping chaos. to not dig in and do something about the heart and core of the problems. The fentanyl problem, it's being worked on, but when they seize the fentanyl, is it going to the pharmaceutical companies and the drug dealers to cut? Possibly.
That's one thing that I've always wondered when police you see them take these pictures of all this weed and
Right.
fentanyl and crack and meth. What do they do with that type of stuff once they get done with it?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah. Is it
ideally,
on the inferno, or are they starting a big bonfire and throwing bales of hay up on it and just, hey, we didn't inhale, but we were next to a campfire type thing? You know, they do some sick shit, dude. They're
I mean, do
fighting.
they get high on it, or do they sell it to the pharmaceuticals and it just goes right back into the system to keep these
Yeah.
police employed?
Yeah. Yeah. To save money on drugs. How else is Trump going to be able to save money on drugs? Maybe some of that border found fentanyl. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. So it's disgusting. That's why, I mean, you just don't accept that system of control and learn how to unplug from it and learn your naturopathics and stay away from people that want to do that shit. And the people that want to help fight against that, you have people that don't want to fight against that, but don't want you to fight against that for some reason. And that's what we find. Why don't you want me to do something about it? You don't want to do anything about it, but I kind of want to do something about it. But why are you telling me I can't? Oh, you got to help plant the idea of vigilantism so people can get arrested for being the oversight. And that's what they have to stop to keep us enslaved. That's just the way I look at it. Fuck them, dude.
You know, one thing that I wasn't even familiar with this entire corner of YouTube with crime and, you know, audits, and because my channel, it started out as a honest to God, it was a tarot card channel. I mean, I didn't even start talking about true crime until they introduced me into the Summer Wells case, and I tell the story all the time, you know, and that's where I began with my journey with true crime. And ever since looking into some of these characters, both characters that are still on the platform and characters that have been terminated once upon a time YouTubers, I think there's a lot of puppets. These YouTube channels are puppets. Some of them.
Well, and what I found even is there have been, like I told you with that RSO in Denver, even back in 2006, we found a guy that was charged for arson. He was total gang stalker mode, on the road, wanting to fuck with people at their homes. And he had some arson charges, 2006. All of a sudden made a YouTube channel, and then all of a sudden his charges are dropped. And it was arson with domestic violence. He maybe got in a fight with a girlfriend and maybe lit her garage or barn on fire or something. Because he was that pissed and that aggro and that fucking weird. Right? So all of a sudden he has a YouTube channel.
And see, the more that these cases and the more that these characters, the more people that they get noticed, this only benefits corporations like Google, who owns YouTube, you know, but they also have to censor what you say.
Yeah, it's that censorship industry and starting the platform for policing. So just use it. I mean, they really only want it for, you know, kitties and puppies. But trying to start a movement, of course, the FBI and even the Attorney General of Texas meeting with Google for some reason. Why would the state of Texas have vested interest in Google and meeting with them? He needs to use their platform to deepen his little operatives to cover for scandals? Oh, that's all proven, dude.
And see, whenever you start talking about this stuff, that's when your numbers drop. You know, because that's what happens with me. Whenever I start talking about these conspiracies and all this deep stuff, you notice from the numbers, all of a sudden it just goes down to 1, because they have keywords that are programmed in. As soon as you say that, there you go.
Yeah, I try to code most of my stuff, but again, I really don't care either. And I will, it is kind of like a verbal audit too, to see what's going to happen. I've had 4 or 5 people chatting in my, you know, in my comment
It's
section of my live, but zero, it shows 0, right? But
yeah,
it's for
yeah. Sometimes
somebody.
the view count is off. It's not
Yeah, well,
correct.
it's for somebody, and it's a little toggle switch from an admin, right, to apply that, and so their little influencers can go around and go, you don't even need to watch him. He's only got 5 people watching. It's
Or
stupid.
0 people watching it. You know, no one.
Yeah,
There's nothing to see here, folks.
yeah.
And see, here's the. I don't know if you know what's going on with YouTube right now, but they're trying to make it a minor friendly. That's what they say. Platform. So you're starting to see with my channel in particular, I've had to be more vigilant with who is coming into my chat, because I get new traffic from portions of YouTube I've never seen, usernames, and then whenever I click on their channel, I go back in my live replay and I click on their channel, they're literal kids. And so I have to go back in and block them.
They're trying to set you up from earning. They're trying to set you up from earning. They want you to interact.
I don't even think earning has anything to do with it. I just think it's YouTube that this is what I'm getting at. YouTube is
connected. I'm trying to tell you it's connected. It might not be Ernie, but it's going to be somebody from that team or a facilitator.
Yeah, I can see how they would come in and see. That's why I block these people, because I don't want to even give them that ammunition. You know.
Well, I've studied the distrust also, especially in college, to create the distrust for us not to be able to either communicate or trust each other to even communicate, and use their communications for that. Of course, they're going to have the Ministry of Truth. It goes back to the 1984 book, The Ministry of Truth, where they're going to, they're selling you something that's not really happening, but to do that, it takes a lot of control, a lot of sellouts to do that, to pull it off through a whole society, to keep a whole society enslaved by keeping in 1984 to keep the whole society believing there's a war, and there's not. They're just showing it to them through TV. And this was an old book, 1984, so pretty incredible. But to have actual characters up in your face playing that shit out, and we even bust it out, they don't give a fuck. They're supposed to just keep going. That's a waste. That's a waste of money. That's the way I look at it.
What's skeptical and sketchy about YouTube in particular for me is because my channel's been flagged twice this year. They gave me 2 community guideline warnings. So whenever that happens, they say that, oh, it doesn't affect your channel, but yes, it does, clearly, because you notice how your numbers drop, don't you?
Yep.
I don't know if you ever got a community guideline warning, but
a
strike or whatever. If you go,
dude, I've been through I've been through at least 7-8 channels of actually putting content there.
Well, you would think that YouTube said, okay, you want to flag my videos, you want to flag my channel, but then you want to push my channel out to a youth audience. Your algorithm is pushing it out to kids after you just got done flagging my channel. See that? Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
That's their COPA. That's their regulation policy to be able to have an excuse just to pull the flush plunger on you. It's just another excuse for them to use, and they have their influencers striking your channel. So, for instance, one of my first panels that I did with Fellowmon, you'll hear that name if you're hanging around. He came on my panel. He kept on saying my last name, which is Cox. He just over and over again, and he's got his crew, whether he knew it or not, his crew is striking that stream because I'm just destroying him. They're striking it for pornography. There's no pornography going, anywhere there. And he even peddles this day that there was pornography played, but there wasn't. And I even appealed it, and it came back up. But they got it to go down for striking it, mass striking for pornography.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't get reviewed by a human. YouTube's system.
It does.
If it gets flagged enough, they're going to take it down.
If it doesn't meet so much criteria, a human has to. There are more times than not a human is still approving certain prompts with the AI. There's still humans there. But what I found is in the night crew. If you get struck in the middle of the night, that's one of their buddies they got on the inside, because that's how established this crew is through attorney generals and so forth. They're calling their buddies that work the night shift at YouTube. They'll strike your channel. Now, if you appeal right then and there, you're going to get a denial on that appeal, but it'll come back right away. But if you wait for the morning shift and then you put in your appeal, you might win your appeal. See how biased it is?
Yeah, because this is submitted by the same person that wants to that struck your channel.
Once you shut up. Yeah, and Ernie's going to have his little cup crew to go around, simp crew, and strike channels that are going to start being over the target on him. But if he's on the run, it could be, if he's really embedded, like really, really embedded, he could be a rabbit for them to drill on to live scenario, go track somebody. Now, are they really going to worry about whatever his warrant is, attacking, whatever the attack was on the probation officer or whatever? Is it worth really going to track him down? Because, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time that a probation officer has either been bitten or attacked. They expect it, right? So is it really worth hunting him down, or is it just another good LARP for them to keep LARPing and waste money on LARPs for the state?
Honestly, if you ask me, now that I, am really thinking about it, because I had to think about it last night, I'm like, it would make sense if Ernie is controlling this whole narrative because he wants to look like a Billy Badass in LARP continuously. He didn't assault his probation officer, but his probation officer has been observing everything that he's been doing online, and he flat out, he keeps on saying his name, like putting him on blast. His probation officer don't appreciate that, so that's why he probably got pissed off, and he signed a warrant. I don't think, because if he honestly assaulted his probation officer, I don't care if he was just joking around or not, he would be in jail right there. Just like that.
Yeah. Ernie's a slippery little shit, though. Did he slip out and he's going to be on the run? Because he's probably peeing dirty or something, but it still could be a really good LARP by the state to suck people in who's going to be with the vigilanteism to make pred catching look bad. See, so if people are supporting vigilanteism. But it's the Trump thing too. He says he's connected with Trump directly in his task force of pedophilia, right? Which, I mean, look at the accusations on Trump right now. So you're gonna,
that makes you question everything that Shell has told you, because look at all the shit what's coming out with Trump and all of his administration.
Now when it's time and all the corruption comes out, like in Lecter County, to help make it look bad, or maybe help bury it or throw mud in it, so the corruption keeps going somehow, I could see them using Ernie as something like that down the road, or in this current time right now. Like, here you go, right now they're going to probably start, right? But because of people like you that pick up on that case and go, wait a minute, there's something going on here, dude. And that's it keeps wasting their money.
Because then all of a sudden, the Letcher County shooting.
Yep, Lecter County, dude. And so the thing is, what they're going to do is to keep trolling you, so you fight Ghost. That's in court paperwork with a censorship company, in a sense. It's in court record where they're going to send sock accounts as ghosts for you to chase to keep you busy. Senators can call in if you start blasting a senator and go, hey, this person's getting a little loud on the internet. Will you have him trolled? Here's 10,000, destroys life. And that's real.
No, it makes me question a lot of things now, that I'm not just bringing up Ernie and learning all of this about Letcher County and how he said that he has family in law enforcement, and all the time you hear him say, well, this is just how Kentucky goes. It's all about who you know. Yep. It's really all about who you blow.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. Well, that judge did. You found out. And I didn't even know that about that judge being bisexual. I wonder if Ernie has had his tonsils boxed to stay out of jail.
Well, see, that didn't even come from me. That I was just playing the interview, What News Nation from Brian
Right.
Eaton. This is what she said. I
Yep.
mean, she said, you know, if you're basically if you're a dude and if you want to get out of a speeding ticket or whatever else is going on, you can go in there and do it too.
Yep.
You can do that too. I was like, well,
Yep.
holy shit, that's the first time of me hearing that. You know, she didn't really say that he was bisexual, but she was. That's what basically she was saying.
Well, in an oversight investigation, the next step would be to look into the Attorney General's office on why that was allowed, what oversight they had in that county as far as either having a civilian oversight board, what that is made up of, internal affairs. The thing is with those interviews, who are these women really to turn to when the system is involved in abusing you? So that's where you look. Where was the failure? Did they not have a civilian oversight board to help protect victims of the police? I don't know. I mean, it just
Probably not. I mean, you're talking about a really small community. It's eastern Kentucky, and it's Whitesburg is very small.
If you want to have a police department or sheriff's department, you still have to either have an internal affairs or a civilian oversight board because of the corruption. When corruption happens like that, the investigation's supposed to go to the next jurisdiction over in the same state. I don't know if they would cross over into a different state because of the different state laws. That's what I've researched. It goes jurisdiction just goes to the next county over, so there isn't bias or when they're not supposed to have their own juries. I mean, could you imagine that judge sitting on his own jury trial as the judge?
Well, Sean Steins, the former sheriff, he got moved out of, I forget exactly where he got moved to, but his trial, if it goes to trial, and even when the grand jury indictment, it was way away from it's that they were not going to have that trial in Letcher County.
Yeah, and that's the way for him to have a fair trial too, get him out of that county. Because they're on that jury, there could be victims of, or family members or, distant cousin to help, make them drop the charges. So, yeah, to have a fair trial, that's usually what happens. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow, and the parallel of the corruption and the way it's. So let's just say Ernie Shell is, for instance, hypothetically, is connected on helping eventually do damage control for that whole scenario to try to regain public trust. Somehow. He comes out forward, something like that. I don't know.
Hold on for 1 second.
Yeah. But they could do that. They really could use somebody like Ernie Shell like that to eventually come out. I mean, look what he's doing now with the public trust and him being a pred catcher, like Scotty. Scotty, right? Scotty's all of a sudden a pred catcher hanging out with Ray that met up with Vic at the zoo. No, that's how they came up with their bestiality LARP. It's sick, man. All that shit these guys are involved with, trying to become pred catchers.
Well,
I wasn't really talking to you. I was kind of talking to the audience out there.
No, you're good. I was, with Letcher County, that may not even go to trial because he's trying to plea insanity. But then again, from where those all the way from the jailer to even the woman that was sleeping with the judge, they were making it seem like that he was the good guy for doing this. But I don't even want to call him the good guy. He may be the catalyst, the one to expose it. Because if this shooting didn't happen, then this stuff would still be going on and no one would be talking about it.
What if it's a good psychological operation and to be able to shut down that city, to be able to bring in a federalized force to take over as the corporation?
Perhaps. I mean, I don't put anything past KSP.
Well,
I
I
mean,
would
KSP
think
is
it'd be more federal because the state has failed because the attorney general failed. So I
yeah,
think that's where a lot of these investigations are going to go to. What's going on with the attorney general? Why are they dragging their feet? What's going on? Like Colorado, again, back to Colorado, very nefarious how sickos from other states are showing up there because I guess the system's a little more lenient and helps protect them. Something's going on there where there are RSOs showing up from out of state and getting busted, meeting up with 13-year-olds by the pred catchers, with already being prosecuted as an RSO. Sometimes. It's pretty weird, dude, why they think it's just a free-for-all in Colorado for some reason.
Colorado has. I've heard that Colorado has really disturbingly lenient laws for chomos. Is that
That's why
true?
they probably, yeah, I mean, that's why they're going there, because one of the complaints against CPP Tommy, Colorado Ped Patrol, one of the complaints against him is there's not enough cases that are being cleared. And they're putting it on him, saying he's not turning on enough good evidence. Just another way to kind of pick at him, wear him down, when no one's really asking from that other side that's against him, well, what about the dirty courts not prosecuting these fuckers? Because we've seen how it works. And let me tell you this, because we're probably on the same page. You might know this. 2000, so go back to Epstein, 2008 or 2006. He's in Harvard Law, has an office. Alan Dershowitz has an office teaching, or the president of Harvard at that time. And then also Cass Sunstein, the information czar for Obama. They were in that college trying to train judges and lawyers to help protect their way of life. So they taught them how to hide evidence to still be able to slip through the cracks to get maybe a sicko off so they don't all get exposed. As a prosecutor, hide evidence, hide discovery, don't present it, let them walk. Why are the prosecutors able just to withhold discovery and not really being charged with the Brady violations? Withholding discovery to prosecute. They learned that in Harvard to protect their way of life. And it happened with the P. Diddy. So the prosecutor for P. Diddy, he gets off light, even though it came down to jury. But that prosecutor doesn't present all the discovery, doesn't present all the evidence. Okay, they have one person that's that's an infiltrate, and the jury to vote no, we're not going to get him for 25 to life on conspiracy. That's how they manipulate it.
It's just all systematic, and all the way down to the healthcare system and the hospitals and the Social Security. With the
land
art
rights
stuff.
It's the land rights issues. That's where I started out and really woke me up, is some of my earlier research on like what the F is going on type thing back in 2013 was what's going on with the medical industry and our land rights issues. Why do they have access to so much land and people dying and taking their land or something? Then it went to our land rights issues into ranching, mining, uranium, thorium. It was really interesting.
See, I'm gonna have to go back on your previous content to educate myself.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man.
I mean, it's really interesting, the things you're talking about.
I've been doing this for a long time, but been through like 7 or 8 channels that all of a sudden it just gets book burned. So there's a lot of work there that's gone, but there's a lot that I've backed up that's been important to, just be able to back up my claims with as much evidence as possible. But you'll see in chat rooms, oh, this guy's got no evidence, nothing. He doesn't present anything. 2 people watching. I can see why they do.
I'm probably going to have a bunch of trolls, but, it's two communities that's plotting, so.
Yeah, that's why I warned you a little bit. But the thing is, you helping expose Ernie, you're gonna get it from all sides anyway. So you might as well be kind of prepared for it and know how to
I'm
combat it. You already do. You already know. Just get rid of them. Soft accounts. But I try to let people live that actually are in a real account that you can verify, that's got content there, that's got some history. The channel wasn't made yesterday type thing. Why can't you guys just panel up? Why do you got to make just new accounts to try to control a narrative through the chat room? What the fuck is that? There's wrench war. That's all it is a wrench war, some pissing contest, and they're pissing in the wind, dude. But it's to try to control the live streaming too, and that's what I saw even back in 2016 to control the live streaming. Pretty interesting.
Whenever I was just doing videos back in 2016. I didn't start live streaming until 2018. So, I'm kind of new.
2017-ish is when I started streaming, and that was kind of like an integrity test. I threw out a link. I had some people that were starting to follow me that I was a little suspect of, so I threw out a join link in a Hangouts. And this woman, I didn't even know who she was, comes onto my stream. I go, "Who's this?" She goes, "Oh, my name's Kim. You know me. We're friends." And I'm like, I didn't say anything. I go, "Who the fuck is this lady to say that we're friends? I don't even know who she is." Oh, they must need a lapdog. This is going to be fun.
They were doing that to control or start a narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and to come to find out, they need chat rooms to propagate their bullshit and have a wrench war. They think they're gaining some type of traction, but what it is try to recruit in sheep or good artists to manipulate them into fighting the battle with them or for them. Mainly for them. They want to sit back and watch. They'll suck somebody in that they don't even like and love bomb them, and then send them in on a target and just watch them get annihilated on purpose. They're that sick.
Oh, and that's happened. That happened with me and see, I've been on both sides when it pertains to Ernie Shell, but that's what happened with me. People his adversaries, his opposition, they came in whenever I was kind of trolling him into my chats, so much so that they were throwing me money and all this other stuff. But then as soon as he went to jail, or actually whenever I started to interview him and I got a chance to speak with the guy one-on-one, because I like to give everybody a fair shot, because I bring the news and it's just the right thing to do. It's part of my integrity. That's when they switched up and I got met with the other side of that. So yeah, I know what you mean when it comes to that.
It almost takes falling for it to be able to see through it, because if you're just somebody in the chat that only catches their narrative and the surface bullshit that they peddle, and you believe their stories, there's no growth there. So it's like you're almost, the way I look at it, you're almost in training to be able to combat the real sick shit that they're a part of. Because you had a good intent. When you have good intent in the beginning, and then you're approached or something, and you're not the only one. Some of these MFers don't give a shit and are such bullshit propagandists. They'll say anything bad about you for a Walmart card and a carton of cigarettes. That's no bullshit.
I've had my own my own dad come on here and talk mad shit about me and my brothers over, I swear to God, over some other YouTuber because he was pissed off about something that I was saying. It was me and this other guy going back and forth. And he was from Facebook, but he paid my dad $50 for a crack rock and a pack of Newports.
Yeah,
so
and somebody probably paid that guy to be able to find somebody that'll do it for next to nothing.
Oh yeah,
and that is
and I know who that guy is.
You know, what's interesting too is they will do that. I've heard about that. There was even Shay the Pred Catcher was on the Dr. Phil show, and it's a too much detail to go through. But they got a hold of her mom and made a deal with her mom to slam my friend that's a Pred Catcher, make her look bad. They used her mom. That was the same scenario, fucking exact same scenario. Has, does crack, has a pimp, and the daughter's trying to get away from that and looking for help. Doesn't want to be a part of that. Doesn't do those drugs. Doesn't, wants to be a straight up clean mom for her kids. But her mom was basically trying to get her kids taken away because she's under the influence of serious shit, having hallucinations and stuff. So yeah, it's sick how that all works out. I mean, even like I said with the Dr. Phil show, having your mom or dad turn against you just for their entertainment.
Well, Dr. Phil, he has a controversial record, doesn't he? I mean, he's been known to slander families and spread narratives and lies, literally destroy people's lives. I think that he's even been through lawsuits. Now, one case I know that he did was
fairly
Summer
well
Rose case.
protected. He was fairly well protected under CBS before he was let go by CBS like last year and started up his own network, apparently. But the thing is, he was protected. He was so well protected because of those expensive lawyers and so forth, and it just being entertainment. But when you do the research, you'll find a picture of his old house that he gave to his son that started a band. And the pictures in that house is very gnarly. Dude, the shit the checkerboard floor and ceiling, weapons and cases, deer antlers is part of the railing. Looked like a bar where you could be served some, walnut sauce or butter. Really sick. Like almost a place where they bring in a captive and you better talk or we're going to slice you up and drink your blood type shit. Even out front of that house is a water fountain of a little like monster, and the water's coming out of its mouth, almost like it's extracting the adrenochrome. It's real, that the symbology and the symbolism there and everything. So when my friend went on stage with him and shook his hand, she immediately, and she's pretty intuitive, kind of like you are. You're real intuitive. Her intuition immediately told her that he felt like pleather and like an alien. Felt like pleather, like plastic, fake, just by shaking his hand when she went on stage.
Yeah, that's Dr. Phil's son for you,
Yeah, I didn't do
He's
much
destroyed
research into
lives.
that. I just saw the pictures of the house, and I was like, "Holy shit, these guys are involved in just such, sick shit." And yeah, if Dr. Phil were to go down and Oprah were actually to go down, but why is the wife of Lucifer? That's what I say. Why is the wife of Lucifer given so much free range and not arrested? There's got to be trafficking there. I mean,
Now,
look at.
who's Lucifer?
I just call him
Who are you
Lucifer,
referring to?
like the devil. That's the devil's wife, in my opinion, is Oprah.
Oh, okay. I know who Lucifer is, but I didn't know who you were referring to.
I call him Lucifer. So that's just my opinion. It's the way I call it, Lucifer. And yeah, she is. She's basically the devil's wife. It's just that's the way I see it. Why isn't she going to jail?
Oprah, she was the one. Now she's denied these claims, but remember when she was responsible for Tommy Hilfiger? There's this gnarly rumors saying that he's racist and that she told him he said something on her show. That started from Oprah Winfrey.
That's bizarre, dude. See, and I like it when people have research into certain subjects, but a different department of it. They're looking at it different.
And then it turned out that Oprah denied it, that they never met on the show, and then Tommy Hilfiger said, no, we never met. And then I came to the conclusion, I'm like, this is probably the two of you that's trying to boost sales because the ratings went up on her show, and he was trying to promote. This is like during the time that he was first coming out in the early 2000s, where Tommy Hilfiger was really the hip thing and popular thing to wear. So it just
Yeah.
made sense, like the beef and the controversy naturally boosted their sales, but still,
Yeah.
she's she's the devil.
There was something with Abercrombie and Fitch, like recently in the news. He was busted out in some type of maybe trafficking scandal. Worth looking into because it's all kind of connected. But my point is the people that don't want to be a part of figuring out or actively trying to do something about the things they complain about, even, they're like in the way on purpose. And that's what I'm finding. They bitch and complain about stuff, don't want to do anything, but want to stop the people that want to do something about it. Are trying to get down to the solutions. They don't like solutions. They don't like questions, and especially Shizzle's rap when he puts them on blast. They hate that shit. They piss and moan about that for weeks straight when a new Shizzle track drops.
See, it says right here, this was in October of last year. It said former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch and two other individuals charged with sex trafficking and interstate prostitution. Now, I'm pretty sure that
they got charged. What's the outcome? Did they get let off by a good prosecutor that's part of the system trying to protect their way of life? Be charged all day long and put in the news, and all of a sudden it boosts their sales. They might go in jail for a night or just to be a book and release, and then they go home and.
Yep. It said it's unfit to stand trial.
No.
The CEO found unfit to stand trial. So I don't know, maybe he was found mentally incompetent, or it says right here that he was not competent to stand trial for sex trafficking charges. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this ties into P. Diddy and all that shit.
Well, there is good. If somebody's like in their 80s, if somebody's in their 80s and they're geriatric and they've lost their mind, what are they gonna do?
Well, yeah, true, but I'm just saying, like, the nature of these crimes and how it's coming out of the same district of New York.
Yep.
With P. Diddy, it just makes you wonder. Because this guy's old. He does seem geriatric.
So let me put it this way to you. Do you know who Bam Margera is with the Jackass crew and the skater?
Yeah, from MTV.
Yeah, and on the Jackass stuff. Yeah. So when he needed to sober up, this is how it kind of works too with Hollywood and actors and so forth. When he needed to sober up and go into rehab, there was a company that tried to take basically act as him on the outside, taking his legal rights away, becoming his, what do they call that? The power of attorney or something. But what they're doing is actually ripping them off, putting them in shitty rehab facilities, saving a bunch of money, charging the trust or whatever it is that they're involved with a bunch of money, making a bunch of money. But kind of the same thing happened to a woman that was homeless in LA or Hollywood. She was a good talent. They kind of found her, said that they're going to help her get clean. And then when she gets clean, she's going to have to work for them and be like an influencer. Well, what they actually did is they put her in rehab, this really weird rehab facility in Vegas, where they're actually fucking her up.
That's probably privately owned.
Well, they were fucking her up with virtual reality, and she died. So who's actually responsible for that? The power of attorney that put her there, and everybody gets away with it? But they literally were trying to rehab her, but experimenting on her with virtual reality. And there were marks on her where she was trying to rip the face mask off and then beaten for doing it. It's some sick shit, man.
So to have
Wow,
Hollywood
that's
pedophilia go on, to have to go to that extreme, yeah, that's some sick shit, man. Anyway,
I mean, that
there's
makes me
something.
think because I was reading up on Wendy Williams, the talk
Uh,
show host.
oh, I remember. Yeah. Long
Well,
time
she's
ago.
in this guardianship. It's not a conservatorship, but it's the same thing as what you were talking about. And see, with her, she got, I think it was 2 years ago, where she got diagnosed with, how they phrase it, frontal lobal dementia and
Yep.
aphasia. Basically, it's where your mind is beginning to fade off.
Yep.
And they say that it was a mixture between her alcohol intake. But see, the thing about this is her power of attorney recently, because she got tested to see if the guardianship still needs to be in place. Her attorney has came out. He said that, blatantly called out the guardian, the guardier, whatever, said
Yep.
that you pay the media to spread these lies and this propaganda, because it turns out that she's still undergoing these treatments. It hasn't been confirmed whether she's still has frontal lobal dementia or she's capable of representing herself. Now, according to her attorney, she's in sound mind, but it just makes you wonder, these privately owned facilities, what you just explained, the virtual reality, that's something that I've never heard of.
That was a fucking bizarre thing to come across, but it was who broke that was an ex-attorney where she turned in her bar card. Gosh dang it, I can't remember her name. Really good channel. She busted it all out on Bam Margera, and she got attacked from the same woman that was responsible for that girl's death with the VR death. She busted out. He's an ex-lawyer. She turns in her bar card. She saws she doesn't like what's happening. She becomes like a true crime lawyer on YouTube, and she got targeted. But the thing was, even though her target initiated and lost the case, it's still called a BJ Investigates. You can look that up. BJ Investigates. Really, really pretty woman, and kind of plays it up a little bit, larps it up a little bit, has fun with it, and tries to piss off people. But she did. She pissed off the right people. They started gang stalking her. She swings back because she's got a bigger platform, and then all of a sudden, she's being sued by the people that are trying to oppress Bam Margera and the girl that died of the VR. She busted up, but the thing was, still cost her $300,000. Even as her own, she wasn't her own lawyer. She got a lawyer, but to get a lawyer, she's $300,000 deep into lawyer fees, just from false allegations and expressing her opinion. She knew how to express her opinion, and even though she won, she's still $300,000 in. But it's usually somebody that doesn't have assets to go back after and countersue.
Is it BJ Investigates or PJ Investigates?
BJ, yeah, BJ.
Okay. So right here, who we're talking about, is her name Amanda Rabb?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't really know her name, but the last name does kind of sound familiar. But when she
And
does her
she's the one
stream,
that
she
died from the virtual reality.
okay, yeah. I didn't get that far on what that girl's name was. I figured out there was a death, and I started looking into other things. And that's unfortunate about some of the investigations, because you can't. There's so many victims that if you were to dwell with the victims and console, then you're not doing the other part of the investigation. It's not a bad thing to be stuck, in a sense, to help the victims, obviously, and the children,
Oh
right?
no, I'm just like coming across this information. I'm just scourging
Yeah,
the internet out of
yeah.
curiosity, but I'm not trying to hype on one particular person.
So I don't know if BJ Investigates is the Rob name. I don't know BJ's name, but there is some weird connection. I think the same company that was the power of attorney
that was also over Bam Margera that was also involved with the VR death. But whatever that influencer is that filed against BJ, she's got a real controversial past as an influencer, kind of like Colfax, kind of like JT, really loud on the internet. And that woman was also on the soft white underbelly too, when she was kind of there was some controversy going on around the Bam Margera and the VR death. And soft white underbelly, she wanted to explain her side on soft white underbelly, which is a big platform, million plus subscribers, I think. But it was interesting. I think soft white underbelly is so interesting as far as the way he wants to interview people and try to get the truth of some really gnarly stories. And I think soft white underbelly actually caught some shit over platforming that propagandist, because she was caught lying to him, and then he didn't call her out, which made him look like a shill. So that's kind of that part of it too. Really interesting, again, to associate with somebody to try to tell your story, and all of a sudden you're going down in flames and you're taking somebody with you that's a million subscriber just to steamroll that guy. Because they might be paying him too much. You might be being paid too much in the AdSense, and they want him steamrolled and gone or demonetized.
Or maybe you're just saying too fucking much. I mean, and they feel threatened again.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, you know. And even with some of these local cases, you know, I was talking about this one case out of, who was it? Two cases, actually. It was one that was local and then one out of Eastern Kentucky, and both of which have been investigated by KSP, and actually one of which, KSP, I know for certain KSP got civilly sued because they mishandled this mother's case with her missing daughter. They lied to her. They've been ringing her around ring around the rosy. So after that happened, I was receiving a lot of accounts underneath my videos commenting. It's people I've never saw before, and I clicked on their account, and their accounts were created just recently, like last year when this happened, like 2 or 3 days ago. And they were saying things like, you better be careful going snooping around, you know, you never know who's listening, or you're going to get yourself in trouble with this case, basically trying to make me feel intimidated, which I didn't. But it just goes to prove.
Real quick, that's the Ministry of Truth in the 1984 book.
Yeah, there's people that feel threatened out here, you know? And then along with these people, you have, because I interviewed the family, both families of these cases that I covered. And yeah, I did interviews. And you have also, along with the people that are making these threats, you have bad crisis actors saying, well, I knew so-and-so in high school, and they were doing drugs and shooting up heroin. They could have been a victim, like an informant. And then you have the family coming underneath there, like the sister of the brother that I was talking about saying, who are you? I've never heard your side of the story before.
It's bizarre.
So
I'm gonna pull up a clip for you here in a second. I'm gonna pull up a clip of an infiltrate that had to use witchcraft. A catch. He'd been caught doing some things. Actually infiltrated the pred catchers, and then all of a sudden ends up he's attracted to minors and goes gaga in front of a young girl, but a pred catcher. And our team caught him. Okay, and he's trying to sue me. He's threatening to sue me. He said he's already gone and filed and everything, which could be bullshit. But tell me what you think.
Is that what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, a little bit. Tell me what you think about this clip right here. Only 50 seconds. Make sure we're turned up.
Motherfucker, that's what you said.
Said he was an RSO.
Yes, you did. Yes.
He's actually trying to say that I have a neighbor that's an RSO and it's not, and he's lying his ass off.
Is there audio or is there video?
Just audio. Just audio.
Oh, okay.
Hell, you did, dude.
Okay,
Yes,
so
you
if
did.
he was an RSO,
You
people would be
did.
able to
It
see
came
that
out of your fucking mouth.
He's the type of pred that says he's the one that's not lying when we can prove he's lying in many, many, many things. Anyways.
You need to go and lay back down and get needles stuck in you. You need to go back to your nurse.
Fucking map.
You're just like a pincushion. Hey, man, every time you get a needle punched in you, I got a voodoo doll. I'm punching a needle in you. So when you jerk, that's me. Think about me. Think about me.
Dude, I don't no. What I think about is you getting hammered by a detective.
Yeah. So having to use witchcraft, voodoo dolls after you get caught as a pred.
See, people like that, they're doing that to make, well, this is the way that I interpret it. You know, my initial thoughts is you're making practitioners, people that actually know legitimate voodoo and hoodoo and just practitioners, you like a bunch of crocs. Like these people were just full of shit. And then not only that, but with him being a pedophile, that just adds on to it.
Right. Yeah.
So again, it just goes to the psyops of making it seem, you know, these people are nothing and it's a distraction.
Yes. Well, yeah, and to be all tough and say that type of shit, that pred has also said that he's gonna off me, then off himself. And it's all types of shit to try to get me to shut up and then go to the courts, call up my courthouse, lie to them. Now filing, now it's finally done in, Cox. You're done. I'm filing against you. I don't stop till I get served. Or else I would have to stop a lot.
No, I mean, yeah, it's your First Amendment right. You know. And what are they going to say? You know, if he was legitimately caught talking to a minor, it doesn't matter if it's somebody else on the other side of the screen or not. That's of age, a decoy. The point is, you thought that they were a minor. That's what makes them a pedophile.
I do agree with that, but it's still the lure of a 60-year-old man checking out a young girl that looks like she's in high school and his eyes are bugging out and his tongue's rolling out, and it's at a dinner where I'm going, dude, you look a little thirsty. You might want to reel your tongue back in.
Well, that makes it even worse.
Right. Now,
I'm assuming this happened in person. You didn't get video of it, but you did record it.
Right, and they're screaming, you need to have evidence. You need to have evidence. But the thing is, there isn't evidence besides my witness testimony and another neighbor of mine where this guy went out to dinner with to a totally different restaurant in a totally different town. I wasn't there. But when I start explaining what I just explained to you, he goes, wait a minute. That guy did the same thing to me in another restaurant. Now, this could be twofold here, okay? He's either trying to create street theater so you as the local are not welcome there, or try to paint a bad picture for you because he's leaving town, right? He's not a local. He's just kind of passing through in a sense. So, or there is a serious problem there because once I started explaining that to my neighbor friend, he took him out to dinner to a certain spot, a different spot, totally different city, just the next city over. And he's like, yeah, dude, he did the exact same thing talking about this young girl's ass. Now, the thing was, the reason why we know that the girl was young and more than likely a minor.
Your neighbor took him out to dinner to decoy him?
No. At that time, we didn't know. He exposed himself.
Oh, okay.
He exposed himself, yes, as he was trying to pred catch and be a part of it. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, this motherfucker is actually a sicko trying to infiltrate and shut down people like the pred catchers, and he did. He did help. He is trying to help do that. But the thing is, so I talk about it, and my neighbor's standing there. He goes, "Holy shit, he did the same thing." But the thing is, in Arizona, you know when there's a minor waitress when she's not the one serving you alcohol. Another waitress that's over 21 has to serve you the alcohol. A minor waitress can take your order for alcohol and food, but you can tell who's not over 21, and you can still take orders and be a waitress. I think even in the state of Arizona at 16. So you can work in the restaurant at 16.
Yeah, the similar laws are in Kentucky. Like yesterday, I was at the dollar store and I picked up a Budweiser, and the girl at the counter, she had to call over like immediately because each state is different, so they're not even allowed to touch alcohol or make transactions, you know. So, and I think that here in Kentucky, if you are ordering alcohol, then I think you have to be 21 just to order it.
Right.
Take their order.
Oh, just to take the order. See, that's different. You can take the order and even be behind the bar. You just can't serve it.
I could be mistaken about that, but laws could have changed. But the last time that I had my bar certification, which has been 2019, that's how it was. You know, they could have changed it. No one, Matt Bevin, but
even in Arizona, you can bartend and make drinks under 21, and I think over 19, you just can't serve it. No shit.
But I get what you're saying, though. You know who's a minor because, well, that they can't serve you alcohol. So whoever
great
is
indicator.
What is considered to be a legal adult in Arizona, because it's different per state.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in Arizona a long time. I mean, I came to Arizona
it's
when I was
18, I'm assuming, right?
I was able to bartend when I was 19. I just couldn't serve it. I mean, it's just crazy. You could work a service bar in a restaurant.
I know that.
You're not in contact with the public. And a waitress comes by, she puts in the order, and she comes by and grabs a drink. Or if there's another minor waitress, another waitress comes by and grabs that drink and serves it that's over 21.
But still, he knew that the waitress was clearly a minor.
He didn't know because he didn't know the law, but it was very evident she was young and probably high school age. If she was 18, she was 18. If she was 16, she was still 16. But to roll your tongue out and your eyeballs bulge out after she takes the order and walks away, and you're sitting there just, I mean, salivating over this young girl, overly avert, there's something wrong there, especially when you're trying to kind of like be a pred catcher. Sick old man,
yeah,
60 years old. You don't need that. I don't want that in my town. I don't want dudes just to come in as a guest of mine or in a professional situation where I hired him. Well, he wanted to do a job for me for free. That was his in. Yeah. I'll come do that for you for free. Yeah. You just take care of everything else, which was to work on my car, which if I would have had a professional do it, it was about $5,000 worth of work. And I would have saved about $2,000 if I just would have taken him to the shop, because he's there to waste my resources. And yeah, it was some serious shit that he tried to do. But there you go. I finally confronted him right there. He rage quits, says he's going to poke a voodoo doll, and a lot of other shit. Doc's, personal friend of mine.
I mean, it's hilarious that he even brought up the voodoo doll. I mean, it gives people like me a bad name.
What
you know, and especially voodoo. Well, with him saying that he's going to poke a voodoo doll.
Oh, it gives people. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, like
Well,
pedophiles saying that they're gonna
still
poke a voodoo doll.
they've been dangled a carrot to where they've been their egos have been inflated because of the research. They think they're successful with sending demons and so forth and being able to manipulate people's lives. And it's some pretty weird shit, but they think that they are powerful when they think they're sending a Mack truck, but it might end up as an ant fart on your end. Okay. But they still
It very well could backfire too.
a carrot dangled to where they says, "Oh, you're so good at what you do. Keep going." As long as they keep going on a target for the network or higher ups, and that's what they do. I mean, it's been kind of proven once the left side really starts losing or whatever, they resort to witchcraft. Or, losers, once they really start losing, they resort to witchcraft, and it gives it a bad name. They're just out there to. But some of it does work. I believe in that, and they believe in that. But sending me, like, let's say, sending me a demon, I'm just going to take that out because that's what's happened in the past, and then it renders them useless.
Demons, the way that I view demons, they're aspects of your own personality. So if you've even, like what you said, if you've done the work, shadow work, you don't have to worry about any demon being sicked on you.
Right.
And demons are only powerful if you believe in them.
Well, I mean, I definitely believe in them, but I believe it's up to us as the humans. It's up to us as the humans to give them their second spiritual death, so they can be judged, fallen ones, demons, so forth. That's my belief. And I mean, obviously, a lot of people are going to disagree with that, but I believe it's our job as the humans, because here's a fringe Christianity. Okay, the flood of Noah gave the demons and entities whatever that didn't belong at that time. Flood of Noah happens, wipes off. Well, it gives demons, entities, whatever, their first physical death. Now they're in the spiritual world waiting for their second spiritual death, which is their spiritual death. And humans are supposed to do that. They just don't know. There's only a wolf pack of people that know that on the planet. Maybe. Well, more than likely, because we've seen the results of that. But anyways.
You sound like that you've studied demonology, have you?
No, I've actually swung my sword in the spiritual and taken some out that have tried to oppress myself and others that family, loved ones, so forth. Taking them out. Not only myself, but I was talking about it earlier in this podcast about the process of that a little bit to try to take out a fallen one. People are going to disagree with that and maybe even get pissed off about that, but it's something that they can't stop. No one can stop that. It's no matter what anyone's belief is. My belief is that God does protect his people that are doing that work, because we're supposed to be doing that work for some reason. I don't know. I mean, really don't know, but is it part of salvation? Maybe. Right? You're doing your job for God. But anyways, yeah, there's podcasts that I've recorded, a lot of them, of doing that work and believing that is true work, and walking through the steps of eliminating a fallen one off the planet and giving it its second spiritual death. And it's kind of serious.
Yeah, that's getting into the aspects of tapping into your subconscious and psyche. And
yeah,
when you start talking about your descendants and ancestors, that's when the supernatural comes into place.
Well, I'll tell you this, a month and a half before Epstein was arrested, there was a crew that went into the spiritual, and there's a fringe Christianity group that's 300,000 thick that know how to do this stuff and try to do it. But the thing is, there was a group that invaded in the spiritual Epstein Island a month before he got arrested, a month and a half before he got arrested, without reclaiming that land or blessing it through the spiritual, or maybe even going there and touching grass there or something to bless it. There's not going to be accountability. Things are just going to keep on going, like we're talking about with Lecter County. Without there's being some real serious cleansing going through Lecter County, it's gonna just keep on going, even if the abuse is going to keep on going, even without that judge, until you can either bless or cleanse that land and hold whatever demon it is or fallen one it is that's helping keep that show going, because that's what it just sounds like.
It just,
I mean, sexual abuse, drugs, meth and child pornography. That you called it out yourself on your stream. Something even about snuff films. It's all connected.
Well, yeah, that's what they were talking about. Was the girl that was sleeping with the judge was talking about? It just didn't happen inside the courthouse. It was other places, I think she said, and they would be taken inside these rooms with bidets, I think sex wings, and mirrored walls, and they would film these people.
So let's look at this.
I mean,
okay.
News Nation's not going to say stuff.
Let's look at this. A little bit of a hypothetical, real quick. Okay, take the qualified immunity part out of this equation. Why would they think they could get away with this? What voice was feeding that judge and all that involved? What was feeding them, saying that they could get away from this, blinding them? The only thing I can attribute it to is demonic oppression or possession, or both, and a handler, fallen one, over that whole city that needs to be dethroned. Now, without somebody knowing to do that, it's just going to keep going in one form or another.
Yeah, she even said that even to this day, even after the judge being killed by the sheriff, there's not much that's been done about it. And there probably will never be, not at least anytime soon, because this whole thing goes not only spiritual, but it literally goes up to, I believe, Kentucky Commerce and all the way up to Franklin.
Well, if you look at the Ephesians chapter 6, 10 through 18, fighting the principalities in higher places isn't just the governor of the state or the attorney general. That's not what the Bible's talking about, fighting principalities in higher places. That's the fallen ones that are controlling that area. So reclaiming land for God, or the good, whichever one you want to look at it, right? I think that's where we're at and what we're supposed to do, or else look at the problem we're up against. Doing nothing about it.
It's a generational thing. Yeah. And I think that it's been so normal for so long within this small community that I'm not saying that justifies it, because I want what would be ideal is if what you said, if somebody just goes in and just tears down this entire thing and starts anew. That's the only thing this is going to change, is just throw out every one of those leaders, the district judges, the jailer.
But then all of a sudden, that's your excuse to have martial law, because federal agents and a force has to come in and run that town.
It's so generational.
Look like the hero again. See, there's your abuser looking like the hero again, right?
Yep. It's
so becoming the oversight
have been so conditioned to do
it. So becoming active and becoming the oversight without going to jail and being labeled a vigilante or an extremist. They're using social media to pin who is the dissident. They've got social workers that act like trolls to be your friend, to data mine you. Go, oh, no, you know what? That guy's an extremist all of a sudden. He's a psychopath. Don't listen to him. or they're trying to build evidence against you to lie about you, to get you to come, out with the truth, to be able to data mine you, to sell that information and build a case against you at the same time later on down the road. They're building that database for dissidents. Dude, there's even a new data center coming up in Arizona. There's the existing data centers and Google centers and shit like that. Even the way they popped up in Australia not too long ago was mind-blowing that they would let that happen. But out of the good, they say they're good to use the technology in a good way. They're also, that's their cover to really use it in the nefarious way to keep us enslaved. How do you do that? The only thing you can do, because it's even biblical again, once you do your job and you take out fallen ones, that way now the physical can, that way you don't fight in the flesh, and the physical can kind of get worked out. So instead of me going and fighting it, there is a fight on the street, totally a fight on the street. But you can still go in there and try to bless the situation in a sense and take out a fallen one. Then there might be some type of justice, because now the spiritual side can reach back through into the physical. And I've even seen it, like I said, with Levains or Satanists, where they don't like kid diddlers. So yeah, there's cop watchers, right? There's cop watchers that are Satanists that sell Bao, the cop watcher. He used to be a cop watcher. Now he sells voodoo dolls of dirty pigs, dirty cops, the piggy voodoo dolls to poke. Name it after your favorite cop, right? That's all still freedom of speech, but when it's used to do harm, even against a predator, a dirty cop, see, that's where the debate for me is really interesting, where the intent lies. Where's somebody's real intent sitting at? And do they have fruit on their tree for, really poking a voodoo doll on a cop? Does he have any statistics showing that the voodoo doll that he poked at that cop, did he get fired? No. So he's just kind of wasting your energy.
Well, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to get going here pretty soon, but I do want to tell you this.
Same here. Yeah, there was so much more I wanted to lay out to you about the John Bonet stuff. There's so much intricate detail.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. That's one of my next readings that I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
But see, when we were talking about spell work and voodoo dolls and stuff like that, did you catch the part where I was talking about the shell spell with, Ernie?
It depends on which stream you're talking about that, because I think you did 3 and I only caught like the second one where I was at. I got busy.
Okay, so you may not know about this, but okay, so back when Ernie went to jail, this is where people started to turn against me. I did this magical working, this spell, if you want to call it that, to manipulate the energies for Ernie to have a favorable outcome in court. That's what the whole purpose of this spell was, and also to protect him once he got out. So I did the spell, and apparently it was effective, because look at what happened. He got released. And then about, I want to say 3 weeks ago, because I recently moved, I had to go over to the house that I was moving out of and pick up all my tarot cards and the things that I had left over there. Well, one of the things that I had left over there, once Ernie was released and everything was said and done, I was like, okay, well, let me just go ahead and, because what I did was I took the remnants of that spell, the melted candle wax and the picture and the salt and the herbs, and I stuck it into a black bag, and then I put the black bag into this wooden box, and I just placed it at the bottom of the shelf, and I forgot about it. I went back over there, and I came across it, and I was like, holy shit, I forgot about Ernie being in the box. So
oh shit, right? Okay.
Right? You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
And see, I uploaded a video, a short. It's on my channel, one of my most recent ones, and I buried that black velvet bag in a hole, and to put an end to that protection spell. And then, bam, like 3 weeks later, look at what happened. So
You double reversed it.
Basically it got reversed, or I gave it back to the earth, or my purpose was to put an end to it. So
Yeah.
I just think that was interesting timing.
I've got an interesting parallel because you're talking about justice, but almost from your side being able to get a good outcome from doing a spell. The way I look at it, and I've told others that have either been activists or they got to go into court, they know they're innocent, right? Stuff like that. They're falsely accused or something. I've told them you've got to slay the entity that is over the justice of that courthouse, that's controlling that courthouse and the outcomes of adverse cases and so forth, right? So you take out the entity, you're able to get justice.
Like the prosecutor, I worked on the prosecutor in Ernie's case. I worked on the judge. Those were the two main ones that I did.
Right. So the thing biblically, in a sense, is that when you fight against the flesh, it might not work. What you're talking about, I believe that stuff does work. That from the paranormal side and the research that I've done, absolutely, it's going to work. Maybe sometimes, but to slay entities, in a sense, I know it sounds crazy. There might be justice that way, and it does seem like it does work. So to not fight against the flesh, like directly against the prosecutor, to take out the entity that's controlling him. So, for instance, Elijah Cummings, one of the old congressmen, the African-American congressman, some people thought he was a baby eater and a pedophile. So when his entity was taken out, he soon thereafter died. Now, would he have the chance to come back to God or Jesus after entity is taken away? That's the Christianity side of things. But instead of him coming back to God or Jesus, he was probably so far gone, that he ended up dying. And that's the way I look at it. His entity was taken out, and he died. Because that's the way it was documented. His entity was taken out. It's been documented. Then he died. Right. So, I mean, either way you look at it, the pursuit of justice, I think, is what the commonality is, no matter what your, and I don't like the word religious or religious, but whatever your source or your belief is in source or power or God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, whatever, okay, the commonality for wanting justice is where humanity should be bringing us together and trying to learn about true intent instead of either outcome. Fruit helps, right? Statistics help in your fruit, in your successes. So that's a good success story, but to reverse it because you didn't know you were being tricked, I can see it going tenfold on Ernie, and he gonna be on the run.
Yeah, but what you're saying, it does make sense. It's not really the prosecutor that you're fighting. It's really because whatever happens within the spiritual realm or your mind, if you don't consider, anybody out there that's listening to this, if you don't really consider yourself to be spiritual, it has to reflect within this realm,
It will. That's the thing. It will in this realm. Yes, the work will, and that's the goal. Is you work into the spiritual with the spiritual. So, in Christianity, fringe Christianity, you're working with Holy Spirit, so the angels can work what they do back into the physical for there to be an effect. But without us calling on that and wanting the good outcome, which would be somebody you don't know. We don't know everybody's true intent, but the commonality is the pursuit of justice or not. right? And so, anyways, yeah, it depends. I mean, like I said, if somebody's intent isn't true and there's no coming back to Jesus, that person might die. And I've seen it. Seen it in many cases. Even cases where the pursuit is real and true and the intent is good. There's been people that have died in a coma, under a coma from COVID, that are spirit warring, and they're able to take out the entity that's like you said with lineage, the entity that's been oppressing their whole lineage. But they died at the same time and died in the coma. So it's really interesting the way you can enter in, but you can also die in the spiritual from losing a battle. But if that happens, there's something more willed than you just losing the battle. There's something more there. Especially like look at abortion or children, deceased, children being killed or something. I hope no one would want that, right? But when there are people like that, they're gonna be pummeled. They're gonna get fucking pummeled. Period. Whether it's from somebody like you or I, whatever your preferred method is of taking care of a sicko like that. For me, I'm gonna troll the shit out of them from long range if I got to.
I mean,
or if it's in my town. Yeah, if it's in my town and I do figure out that they're messing with kids, I'll troll the fuck out of them and they'll get it. They'll get the hint.
Or you could fly halfway across the country like some people and put flyers in their mailbox.
Yeah, like what Bird did, and he actually got away with that. Wasn't that incredible?
Yes, it was. Hey, I'm gonna have to cut this short because I'm clocking out for work. But hey, let's continue this conversation some other time.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll do a part 3 and a little more in depth. And real quick, I'm interested in your reading that you're going to do. Do you mind if I mirror that and put it with music when you do it?
Yeah, go ahead. You can use any of my content.
Awesome, thank you. Perfect.
All right,
cool.
Have a good day.
All right, man. Peace out. Yeah, see, with this gentleman being an intuitive reader and looking into the criminology side and wanting to help solve gnarly cases, whether or not somebody might be exonerated that's been falsely accused, and figuring out why that happened would be important too, especially, it's a huge open investigation on who, the assailant might be. John Benet Ramsey. And you never know. It might be just staring you right up in the face and you got to do something about it. Thanks for joining, everybody. It was pretty cool. Afternoon, morning. Peace out. I got to go too.